Okay.
Right, 2:30.
Okay, perfect. We're already streaming on YouTube, so that you know. So welcome everybody to the third and last day of the Indigenous Resistance in the Digital Age conference. I'm very happy to welcome here today dear colleague and friend Giuseppe Balirano, who is Professor of English Language and Translation at L'Orientale, and also President of the Island Research Center. Giuseppe will be introducing our keynote speaker, Alexandra Georgakopoulou. I thank you very much for accepting my invitation. So Giuseppe, I leave the floor to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Just trying to cater for all the people from different parts of the world. Let me briefly thank Anna Mongibello for organizing such an illuminating conference on such a cogent topic of contemporary interest, bringing back media research to the core of our linguistic investigation here at the University of Naples L'Orientale. So many interesting talks have enriched the current and often slippery debate on indigenous media. But now, here we are with our third exceptional keynote speaker. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Professor Alexandra Georgakopoulou from King's College, London. Now, as a discourse analyst focusing on the way ordinary people communicate and relate to each other in significant contexts, such as the family, for instance, among friends at school or on a social media platform, Alexandra has specifically investigated the role of everyday life stories in the reformation of social relations and in post-feminist and youth identity politics. Over the years, this has led to her small stories research, a consolidated paradigm for studying identities through narrative. In terms of methodology, apart from the aforementioned narrative analysis, throughout her work, Professor Georgakopoulou has employed frameworks ranging from social interaction, conversational analysis, research interviews, computer-mediated discourse analysis, digital ethnography, and corpus-assisted critical discourse analysis. She is currently applying her short stories research to social media with a specific focus of Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. So this is actually the right place to be, Alexandra. Professor Georgakopoulou is a prolific and engaging writer with numerous volumes to her name, to mention but a few: Small Stories, Interaction and Identity, Analyzing Narrative together with Anna De Fina, the Handbook of Narrative Analysis, co-edited also with Anna De Fina, the Routledge Handbook of Language and Digital Communication, Quantified Storytelling and Narrative Analysis of Metrics and Social Media, and the Cambridge Handbook of Discourse Studies, again co-edited with Anna De Fina. Alexandra's latest study of small stories and social media has been carried out within the ERC project, Live Writing of the Moment, the Sharing and Updating Self and Social Media. Alexandra is co-editor of the Routledge book series Research Narrative, Interaction and Discourse. And now, Professor Georgakopoulou will present an interesting paper called Storytelling Between Platform Design and User Resistance in the Digital Age. And I'll leave you the floor, or actually the screen.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm really honored and humbled to be here. I've learned a lot during these last 2 days. And let me begin with a disclaimer that unlike all of you in this wonderful, stimulating gathering, I have not worked with Indigenous data or sites, but this did not stop lovely Anna, who I thank profusely for inviting me. Her sense was that what I have been working on may be relevant for the concerns that many of you have. I guess it remains to be seen in the next hour or so if this is the case. But as Giuseppe said, my long-standing interest has been in documenting agency and with it moments of resistance and performance in everyday life storytelling, especially in the ways in which we mobilize language and discourse resources so as to position ourselves and others. And I did in earlier work identify specific features of storytelling that are often overlooked in biographical and narrative research, but are massively consequential for identity work. Multiply authored stories about the ongoing present, future, or hypothetical events, fragmented, elusive, based on participants' shared assumptions, brief at times. And much research has documented such activities as crucial for how tellers actually often do counter-storying that speaks against dominant accounts, Now, fast forward to social media explosion, and I have shown how these often undervalued and discarded activities in face-to-face and interview contexts actually gradually became the dominant, preferable mode of storytelling in the sharing economy of social media. So, drawing on this work, these are the questions I want to address today. And my focus in addressing these questions is the recent proliferation of stories as designed features on platforms. Major platforms such as Snapchat in 2014, followed by Instagram in 2016, Facebook 2017, Twitter fleets bears an uncanny resemblance with stories as features on platforms. Weibo and the Chinese equivalent of Instagram, Red, also have this feature of stories. It's hugely popular, and by now it has overtaken sharing through feeds. So given then that much of the storytelling that we engage with on major platforms right now in the digital sphere is essentially shaped by the technological engineering of platforms, I specifically want to look at the offered affordances for such stories. What potential for action, including resistances, do they come with? But also what may be the limitations. But before that, let me provide some context, because we don't want particularly to exoticize the digital. Right, so we definitely see a mobilization of stories by social media platforms, but this is also linked to the age of life stories. Some call it the story positive culture, the age of their witness, their testimony. Stories are everywhere. Particularly in the Western world, stories are celebrated as liberating, therapeutic activities central to an individual's personal growth. And the term story, in fact, has become somewhat of a buzzword. So I'm arguing that the current social media curation of stories has to be seen as a continuation of such contexts where stories actually get commodified, but also it has to be recognized as a technologically afforded stepping up, where ordinary storytelling has been transposed onto the digital as the key mode for documenting daily life, whereby not sharing your story actually seems to imply that you don't have a life or a story. And in fact, one particularity of storytelling on social media, which only enhances its power as a mode of communication, is that it's currently being promoted by platforms and advertising companies alike as the ideal vehicle for doing authenticity, for presenting an authentic self and life. And we will see in due course how this link between authenticity and storytelling can be mobilized for putting forward social and other issues through stories. Why? Where does this power of storytelling reside in? Why is even the word story alone such a powerful evocation? 3 reasons have been identified in the literature. Especially this idea that, you know, with stories, we're able to make abstract issues relatable by personalizing them. There have been papers in this conference that actually show us this. Climate change campaigners, for instance, have been long saying that they need stories and storytellers beyond the hard facts of science so as to convince people about the urgency of the issue. So as I've said, all major platforms have turned in the last few years to designing stories. And in fact, stories as a platform feature seem to have had a great uptake, not just by the target groups, which have been young people initially and obviously influencers, but also businesses and advertising companies. And what are stories as a major feature? I often say to people, if you're over 25 and you haven't posted Instagram stories, for instance, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with you. There's probably something very right with you. But stories as a feature are notably brief, visual, photographic, or live or video posts, 7 to 15 seconds, and they're heavily, heavily designed, templatized features with lots of pre-selections. Before I talk about the potential of such stories for digital resistance, I want to say a few things about how I have been studying them. They're not going to be detailed things, and please, by all means, look up work of mine if you want to just have a look at the methodology. My starting point is that to study curated stories, we need to have methods well suited to studying stories as not just social interaction activities, but also as technical activities, socio-technical activities. And I've been working with a technographic approach to stories, which is essentially a type of ethnography that traces the workings of technology and the affordances offered for them, identifying continuities, discontinuities. And in fact, a technographic approach allows the analyst to document processes of what, following ethnomethodologists, I call formatting, the story's formatting. What this refers to is this literally extra speedy development and recognizability of norms of stories online that we're witnessing right now. You know, what a typical Instagram story is seems to be really well known, especially amongst the target groups. And how does this happen? This actually happens because the affordances, the media affordances of scalability and amplification and wide distribution, emulation of stories by the influencers, all these are conducive to this normativity being created really quickly. Technography also allows us to uncover the platform's discourses about stories and the values that they encode in their design. The internet is rife with regulatory discourses, but also in this case, we have proliferating how-to guides, promotional material about stories. And to this effect, I have used a corpus-assisted discourse analysis methodology as a facet of my technographic approach. Corpus methods, very quickly I'll say, obviously allow us to retrieve meanings, lexical, thematic associations that may be salient but not obvious to the naked eye and can only be established by seeking out specific patterns of occurrence in a body of text. So I've compiled a custom-made corpus of online media about stories as features, which has included the platform's own blogs and launching documents. And I've also been tracking users' practices when posting stories using my multisemiotic narrative analysis that comes from my small stories paradigm with a focus on influencers. Because my technographic work really showed that both the platform's positioning of influencers as most valuable players with exclusive access to some analytics and also their own enthusiastic adoption of stories as features has made them very instrumental in actually promoting norms for stories. Now, very quickly, this is some detail about my corpus. And this is some detail about what essentially we've been, and we've seen papers, you know, that have been extracting mining data. For instance, we've used Python and Instaloader to do automatic collection of stories from influencers on Instagram. But as I said, I'm sorry, I just don't have the time to go into detail on this. Maybe we can talk about it afterwards, or please look up work of mine. But through these studies, I have been able to document 3 processes of the story's concept of formatting. They're interconnected with the story's socio-technical nature. And the first is the design, obviously, and this includes tools and functionality that support the creation of stories as a distinct platform feature. The second is the directives, platform directives, and these consist in preferences and prompts to users aimed at promoting a feature and essentially creating conditions of acceptance by many users. And the third is authorization, and this involves the kind of legitimation and naturalization, ultimately naturalization of specific stories as good, successful stories. So let's begin to see some of what using the affordances of such stories online can buy us. First, it's clear that certain stories obviously become viral and widely available. And I have shown in my work how cross-platforming and distribution practices assist in collectivizing stories. And there are also specific linguistic and semiotic choices that users can make to ensure outreach. Again, we've seen that in a couple of papers. For instance, I found in my study of news stories about the Greek financial crisis of a few years ago that the stories that actually traveled well outside of Greek-speaking environments on social media were those that used what I called portable quotes, little fragments of the language, sometimes in English, sometimes in Greek, that succinctly and often humorously encapsulated the point of a story. One of the main ways in which I have found a story can be scaled up is by what I have called rescripting. This involves users' creative manipulations of the plot of the story so as to ensure the traveling ability of their story, to make their story, so to draw analogies with perhaps better known or more globally recognized stories, sometimes from popular culture, sometimes from Hollywood films, or indeed from previously circulated stories on social media, for example, through memes. Such rescriptings often ensure a wide distribution of a story, not just across social media, but also a transmedia mobilization. And we have seen this with movements that have gained momentum through social media originally, such as Me Too, Black Lives Matter. So to go back to my Greek crisis examples, I found that one way in which certain stories would achieve outreach and recognizability is by piggybacking on well-known memes, for instance, Thug Life, or by creating associations of the then Greek minister, 2015, of finance, Yanis Varoufakis. He's become a showbiz, a little bit of a celebrity since then. But in 2015, he became the face of Greece in the negotiations of the bailout with the EU. And there were all kinds of associations that were created with Varoufakis and say, you know, the Star Wars and the popular culture stories, Hollywood stories. So the potential of affordances for digital resistance through storytelling is that there can be obviously a very rapid scaling up of circulating storylines, resulting in increased recognizability and collectivization of stories. But there can also be participation in user-generated content from different sets of networked audiences, resulting in what in my work I have called polystoring. This refers to the process of different users tuning into a story with different motivations, personal experiences, and subjectivities, and adding perspectives on it. This doesn't mean that there won't be dominant, right, or more available accounts in the end, but it does mean that there's opportunity for storytelling from broad segments of audiences where in other domains, those subsets of audiences might not have a voice. For instance, to go back to the social mediatization of Yanis Varoufakis, my study showed that the stories online about his struggles with the EU were actually interwoven and contributed to from an array of audiences, from Thug Life meme enthusiasts, to users who took on the role of an economics commentator, to those who produced their own personal small stories of the Greek crisis and hardship, and so on. And through this polystoring, we often see the emergence of counter-narratives that media affordances enable on the basis of the stories rescripting and on the basis of stories picking up dense associations with other stories. Finally, one result of media affordances for sharing stories online is that they allow the navigation between audience reach, which is important for a story's visibility, and audience selection, which I would argue is also equally important for binding specific communities together. And again, I have shown how users can signal different things to different audiences with the same story and include them to different degrees. And this can be strategized, and it's actually a nice thing to do. Are there downsides of mobilizing storytelling for digital resistance in general, and I suppose indigenous resistance, which concerns you in this forum in particular? Absolutely. Story curation, puts a lid on user creativity, sets parameters, instrumentalizes storytelling. And as I said, stories are one of the most heavily designed communication modes online. They come with so many pre-selections, menus of choices, that we can't talk about unbridled creativity being beyond specific parameters and also specific platform exigencies. So, and also, Giuseppe mentioned this, part of the commodification of stories is their metricization. And in our recent book, we've shown how the numerous metrics and analytics that accompany stories ultimately shape their plot, dictate modes of engagement with them, and so on. I guess this curation poses issues to narrative analysts about the calibration of storytelling between media structural factors and user agency. And in my view, it calls for a rethinking of what, and I hope not uncharitably, find it as a bias in digital storytelling studies in terms of perhaps overstressing user empowerment, individual creativity, and performance. And I'll say a little bit about this without taking away anything from this first generation of digital storytelling studies that go back to pre-social media and website forums, and they have been both influential and valuable. But they were really based on the assumption that learning to listen to the stories of others and learning to share them on new media is beneficial, personally and for collective identity formation. And we've got some great initiatives, Lambert Center for Digital Storytelling at Berkeley, which you may be aware of, and several studies and interventions. And they're mostly based on research-generated production of digital stories. And a few initiatives as well based on research design spaces, forums, which serve as a repository of underrepresented stories and voices. What we see much less of, however, is a documentation of more bottom-up resistances through user-generated stories, such as the ones I've been talking about, that actually may strategize the affordances of design stories. So this is one of the very few initiatives where it's not about storytelling, but the affordances of Twitter here are used in an example of shared academic and non-academic stakeholders activism on the promotion of specific indigenous languages and multilingualism. And to my mind, such initiatives for stories would be great. They're still lagging behind. So I've been claiming in my work that design stories on social media need to be critically interrogated with a view to us both being alert to their limitations and pitfalls, but also to their potential for putting on the map undervalued invisible voices and stories. How can we do this? How can media affordances for design stories be harnessed so as to draw on their potential for creating visibility for stories that need to gain such visibility? Now, the main way forward in this respect, in my view, is in creating alternative logics within the established formats and associations of design stories. I can see, maybe, I can't see because a lot of you have got your cameras off, but I can see those eyebrows being raised. Why is this? Aren't users agentive communicators? Can't they radically depart from the design stories? And my answer would be not so easily, because we should not underestimate the algorithmic culture of amplification, scalability, which, as I have suggested, can serve as a loud hailer and make certain stories normative very quickly. And they're also precious to users themselves for achieving popularity and visibility. So within these parameters, for the rest of my talk, I'm going to talk you through 6 strategies by means of which users can harness the potential of platform stories for doing activism online. And I will also repeat here that shared, co-constructed activism with the involvement of academics, which I guess we've heard maybe less of in this conference, is something that I think we ought to be looking toward. One bit of logic that I feel has to be followed is that of storytelling that is anchored onto the here and now. And since the inception of social media, a specific sharing economy has been consolidated for storytelling, which I call sharing life in the moment. This really works well with the algorithmic culture of timeliness and relevance. And unsurprisingly, in my corpus, the analysis of key semantic domains and keywords suggested that immediacy is a salient theme, moment is a top keyword, and it collocates with share and day. I also found that sharing in the here and now is served with specific types of small stories well suited to that, which have become normative on social media. And these include breaking news, countdowns, behind the scenes, updates. In terms of the experience that such types of stories share, there's a very strong element of storytelling on the go in all of them. So you have the teller moving about with their phone, capturing snapshots of everyday life, diarizing the everyday, and also linguistically, and this is a common thread, which is the prevalence of temporal marking linguistically expressed, with temporal adverbs such as just, now, durative aspects of present tense verbs, and so on. So again, this ensures this anchoring that I'm talking about in the here and now, and the algorithmically preferred live streaming and timeliness quality. Now, the immediacy in this temporality qualifies a lot of storytelling online for the genre of breaking news, particularly, in Instagram stories, which I've been specifically looking at. And I have shown, but I've been tracking breaking news for a number of years, actually, from pre-social media up to now. And I have shown it to be a salient storytelling genre since the inception of social media. The thing about breaking news, which is actually rather nice, is that they set expectations for updates. So they create a condition for a trajectory of tellings in the near future, which is based on the ongoingness of events. And also they work well with the attention economy of an audience that may leave a bit of storying for a while, come back to it for a little further elaboration. Influencers strategize this all the time, and they produce what's called modular. Advertising companies talk about snackable storytelling, that it's all got to be snackable storytelling, 6 seconds, so that, and in fact, this modular approach to storytelling is recognized as a key ingredient of authenticity in how-to guides. So this is what an influencer would do, for instance. They would segment their day into a series of small stories, in this case, visiting Lalepon's Venezuelan, American Venezuelan former Viner YouTuber, and now kind of Instagram story sensation, the queen of Instagram stories. She segments her day into these small stories and kind of keeps her storing as a veritable news feed. So one option here would be to repurpose sharing life in the moment genres to specific communicative purposes of different users and communities in terms of putting an issue on the map and generating a momentum around it with kind of modular updates. Influencers know how to play this game. You wouldn't be surprised to hear really, really well. And they often repurpose such genres to self-promotion. So breaking news and countdowns are often repurposed by Lalepon's again as previews and suspense creation vehicles for the release of a video. So the ephemerality of stories and their immediacy have actually been widely adopted by some of the target groups of stories, which are young people, and increasingly we see that they connect them in their mind with possibilities for activism. And this is a quotation from a young woman in the US, where she claims that the ephemerality of stories, I like this idea of short bursts of courage, that the ephemerality of stories can actually provide with short bursts of courage for mounting some kind of resistance, because stories feel more personal and maybe less exposing and maybe more casual means of expression. And they're also ephemeral. I should have said that unless you deliberately kind of archive them, they disappear in 24 hours. So short bursts of courage. A second key way for harnessing the potential of design stories for digital resistance is by mobilizing the visual and the viewable. As I said, stories are primarily, they're multimodal, but primarily photographic or video activities. And you have brief captions overlaid to the images, recruited often to provide the kind of the evaluative assessment of stories. but the visual video modality essentially do the job of depicting the unmediated raw here and now. This visual style is promoted by minimal, simple static graphics, and they're conducive to an aesthetic that has been characterized as amateur aesthetic. There are many reasons for this amateur aesthetic and why Instagram, for instance, would somehow promote it. It flattens differences, real differences amongst users. Those who have an army of PR, marketing people behind them and ordinary users. But I think for our purposes, what the tropes of amateur aesthetic do is that they are endemic again to a diaristic image making that has become, oh no, I didn't want to do that, that has become associated with a kind of a showing mode of narration, the production of an unmediated story, affording viewers a proximity and eyewitness quality. And this adds to the authenticity. A lot of market research finds that this adds to the authenticity and credibility of a story and its power for moving and involving audiences in it. A lot of advertising happens like that. And then young people say, no, we hate advertising. We hate billboards advertising, but you're exposed to advertising all the time because that's what you see, but that's not advertising. And because it's also a very immersive experience, right? And again, unsurprisingly, but perhaps alarmingly for what story, ordinary storytelling actually has ended up meaning nowadays in our corpus, we see the story collocating with view and watch, while in the British National Corpus, for instance, which was one of our reference corpora, and even in English web corpus, we see tell, hear, and tell, read as collocation of stories. So almost a semantic redesignation of stories, which is now used in many languages. You know, they don't talk about whatever the word in the languages for story, they use the word story. A redesignation as a visual activity. And of course, influencers, wouldn't you know it, the visuality in influencer stories is employed as a resource for constructing authentic, non-filtered, ordinary selves and lives, which in turn feel relatable and are aimed at creating effective relations with the audiences. A third strategy in which the power of design stories can be harnessed for resistance, and I recently consulted on a program, an intervention program for African adolescents, and we were chatting, and this is an Oxford hub, a really nice project, and we were chatting about how you can kind of get through to young people with stories and do all kinds of interventions. And we all agreed that actually getting hyper-visible storytellers to promote specific issues through their stories is a strategy. And because you have power players in this arena, and influencers, some of them have been increasingly instrumental in putting on the map specific issues, whether we like them or not. For instance, you know, some influencers on Instagram, the space for thin, glamorous women have promoted a body positive culture as a kind of an antidote to this. And fourth strategy is to mobilize the numerous interactive and relational elements that accompany the design of stories, from location stickers, tags, swipes, calls to action buttons, you know, questions, polls. These are really very helpful in creating intertextual relations among stories. So you could imagine a web of stories on a specific issue, but they're also instrumental for reaching out to audiences. Of course, again, you would by now anticipate that I'd say that when Instagram introduced all these features and they keep on rolling them out, they were hybrid, let's say, from the outset. They supported a so-called authentic presentation of daily life and interactivity and relationality. But of course, these are resources, as we have shown, for quantifying every single behavior and activity that users do with stories. and they're monetizable, actually. But it's precisely this hybridity that could actually be harnessed by users for putting specific stories on the map and getting audience traction from them. If you're not happy with any of these strategies, and I'm showing ambivalence already, you could disrupt the format. Okay, you could disrupt the format. How can you do that? You can use it for content and types of experience that depart from what is promoted and formatted by Instagram and those influencers as typical. For instance, this is one Instagram account, Eva Stories, that recounts the real life story of a 13-year-old Jewish girl murdered in a concentration camp. By imagining that she had documented her days on a smartphone. So you have features such as hashtags, internet language, emojis that would be used by 21st century teenager. And Eva began writing her diary on her 13th birthday in February 1944 and was murdered in Auschwitz in October, 8 months later. Now, Mariko Chavi, the producer of the story, says if you want to bring the memory of the Holocaust to the younger generation, we have to bring it to where they are, and they are on Instagram. And what we see here, which we also see in other story activism that keeps on springing up now on Instagram, is that the story aesthetics and formats of Insta are partly co-opted, partly disrupted and undermined. So while the early vignettes in this story include many modern day social media effects, for instance, colorful graphics, you can see some of that, they slowly fade in later videos. And the final posts recount Heyman's death in the gas chamber in white text with a black background. And this disruption of format is closely aligned with gaming story, Instagram, and other platforms, algorithms to suit specific projects, for instance, to advance causes. One way in which this is currently done is by using textual slideshows for campaigning. So, for instance, the 10-image carousel, which Instagram launched in 2017, has been widely repurposed within stories, within the feature of stories, by activists, artists, advocacy groups, as a means to kind of educate, raise awareness. And one thing that we can see, this graphics designer who has done work with this is claiming is that you can actually co-opt Instagram's algorithmic tendency to prioritize nice pictures, right? Photographs, such as this one, by merging images of flowers and nature with informative text. Or you can preface your text slides in your stories with bold graphics and chunky typefaces, so that you have some possibility that the algorithms will push this content up rather than completely make it disappear, and then you can spread your message after that. And that's what graphics designer who did in June 2020. He actually gamed Instagram algorithms to do a carousel on police abolition. And he purposefully included a clear indication to swipe left on the first graphic. So subversion. So there's clearly a momentum currently, as I said, for story activism through Instagram, which could be seized upon. And of course, in parallel, and I think we've had these discussions here, as with any example of digital activism, there is a discussion about the actual potential of such activism for action and transformation beyond education. So even if the activism achieves no more other than the first step of raising awareness through a powerful modality such as stories, is it worthwhile? Perhaps it is. And there's another quotation from another young American who is talking about this idea of perhaps using Instagram activism as a first step. Although with the transmedia mobilization, the opportunity for transmedia mobilization that I showed you in earlier slides, it may be a little perhaps crude to speak about, a first step and then there's another step, because normally you kind of get into polycentric types of reactions at the same time. So let me conclude. So I've claimed that on account of the increasing curation of stories by social media platforms, any study of digital storytelling or any intervention for resistance through digital storytelling has to have as its starting point the very fact, shouldn't forget that stories nowadays are socio-technical, algorithmically constructed activities that come with directives to users. So I would say that affordances that are part of a story's design need to be a big part of any digital narrative intervention and analysis. I showed the potential, but also downsides of such story curation for any interventions, whether by analysts or by user communities or in collaboration. And I singled out specific strategies through which the affordances and formats of stories could be harnessed, repurposed, and occasionally disrupted. So within narrative analysis, I think a necessary step in the interrogation of the potential of stories for sociopolitical transformation is the development of a critical narrative media literacy that kind of sheds light on the 3 V's, I call them the 3 V's of narrative: the values in the design of stories and in stories in general. Stories have values, come with values, also generate valuations for them, for their tellers, for their tales, and in turn, invisibilities or visibilities for specific types of teller, tale, life, subjectivity, issue, and so on. So a critical focus of that kind is, in my view, necessary at a time at which, as I said, stories are they're powerful vehicles, but they're also intensely commodified. And this critical focus is not about giving up on the power and empowerment of digital stories, but about being strategic and reflexive when promoting and using storytelling as a tool for resistance. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thanks for such a thought-provoking talk, which somehow summarizes so many aspects we've seen over these 3 days. So thank you for being on time. It's actually perfect timing. Now, let's first start from the floor. If there are actually questions, anybody attending? I'm sure there are so many important topics that Alexandra has actually lifted, so I'm sure.
Can I jump in, Giuseppe, just to...
Of course you can.
While we wait for questions.
Yeah, we do have some raising hands, so.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. So I just wanted to thank again Alex for her wonderful talk. You touched so many issues. You clarified so many things in a very technical, providing methodological approaches to understanding possibilities of digital activism. I was particularly interested in the authenticity issue that you mentioned, because it's very close to indigenousness. Authenticity is a big issue for indigenous peoples. I was reading the other day, it was an article, a newspaper article on the fact that many young indigenous activists are turning to TikTok stories and videos because it enhances possibilities for authenticity, and because of the immediacy of the tools that were offered by the platform. So I was particularly interested in this aspect of how authenticity can be built through Instagram stories in this case, but also it could be fake authenticity. So it's, I mean, it could be also forged, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, when we talk about authenticity, I mean, the meanings of authenticity on social media are historicized and specific to their context. If we go back, there's this thing, and there are studies on mediated authenticity.
Yeah.
And if we go back to when mediated authenticity comes about, it's when audiences lose trust in broadcast media.
Yes.
And instead begin to place their trust in ordinary people, for instance, worth following. And this is where partly influences come about, worth following because they are relatable, because they are genuine, okay? And mediated authenticity then, particularly with the explosion of social media, with vloggers, for instance, on YouTube, authenticity suddenly with vloggers on YouTube, and Tolson has written very nicely about it, at the level of language becomes the using conversational language, for instance, using non-technical language, immediacy, addressing directly whoever you want to address. All those things become hallmarks of mediated authenticity. Then, as the social media evolve, authenticity starts picking up more associations about something being inauthentic when the online doesn't match the offline. And this is where the fakeness comes, okay? So any discontinuities between self-presentation, say, online, and certain features then that are conducive to perhaps as being fake, I don't know, filters that may make me look 30 years younger, with longer legs or whatever, start becoming emblems of inauthenticity. The problem about all of these discourses that come about is that the platforms themselves that have the ability to evolve all the time managed to co-opt, as Crystal Lubidin would say, bring into their officialdom any countering, any discourses. So stories, in fact, and I've written about this, stories, especially on Instagram, but on Snapchat as well, are introduced in 2016 as a vehicle for doing so-called imperfect sharing. Kevin Systrom, CEO of Instagram at that point, says, no, look, forget about these polished, inauthentic things that you've been doing so far with pristine pictures and glossy presentations of your life. Here is a format that you can use to be yourselves. And TikTok genealogically, because I really like on social media, you know, seeing the historicity of social media. TikTok genealogically builds on this imperfect sharing that is put on the map by stories, by using short form video and this kind of raw, unmediated depiction of everyday life.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. I'm seeing lots of questions in the chat.
Yeah, there
box.
are some questions here in the chat. One is by Maria Carmela Dauria. In your opinion, is it possible to define activism as a simple sharing of content in an Instagram story? Is it enough to give birth to something that can help in some way?
Where is this? Because I'm visual, I'm talking about mobilizing the visual, and it would be nice if I saw it. Oh, yes. Because is it possible to define as the simple sharing of content? Is it enough to give birth to something that can help in some way?
So it's again on authenticity. This somehow goes back to the idea of authenticity, which is actually so difficult to grasp, when we deal with this type of representation, of course.
Yeah. I mean, this is, thank you, Maria. I mean, this is a big question. Is it enough? Yes and no, I guess I've been saying. What it is about the simple sharing of content, that's the thing about social media. This is the upside and downside at the same time, that there is a lot of unpredictability and a lot of unintended consequences in those simple acts of sharing on social media that sometimes can work against individuals and communities, but other times they can work for them. So I would never call sharing content on social media as a simple act, because it kind of potentially, it comes with the potential to set so many things in process, so different modes of participation, scalability processes, distribution processes, multiple authoring, that actually the simple act of sharing may be like, chaos theory, like the little butterfly, that flies somewhere in Brazil, and then we get a reaction somewhere over here. So I would say, I would kind of sit on the fence a little bit, but also stress the importance of social media affordances when and if they scale up content that is worth scaling up. As Dana Boyd says, unfortunately, a lot of the times what is scaled up is not what we would like to see being scaled up, right? But thank you for this question.
There's also another question by Doriana. It has been a very interesting work, she says. I have a question. We've seen the social media are more than simple communication platforms, but they can turn into tools of resistance and subversion. What is and will be the role of political actors in this scenario? And will they be inactive spectators, or will we limit the potential dangers linked to these new mediums of collective consciousness?
I mean, political storytelling, and that's one of the contexts where storytelling is being intensely commodified. And in America, pre-social media, we went from the kind of ordinary guy type of storytelling. If you can prove that you are the guy next door, the authentic guy, you need to have a story to tell to become president of the US. Now, of course, should I mention, or is it too early in the day to mention Donald Trump and how he capitalized on actually social media affordances for storytelling of his own kind, because tweets, of course, tell stories. They tell small stories and they can be powerful formats. I guess so far what we are seeing is political actors perhaps misusing and abusing social media, and maybe, hopefully, in the future, we may see more of harnessing the power of social media for doing good politics. Giuseppe, I think there are a couple of questions above Maria's and Doriana's. So there is quite a few. We start with Martina, maybe, or we don't have the time. Maybe we have time.
Yeah, there is
Martina, Paola, Teresa.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are many actually. My computer is very small, so I actually read what I can see, but there are some questions also before that. There's one by Martina Miele, I think.
Yeah,
Activist.
that's a good question. Yeah.
Can you see it? No, they're relying on social media to spread their messages.
No, that's a good question. And one of the things about TikTok is its algorithms work very differently, and also it's more, or it used to be, because they're changing all the time, kind of more uncensored. But yeah, no, I specifically talked about the limits and parameters set by platforms themselves. But of course, there are also other barriers in terms of, but then when we get into these very delicate issues of freedom of expression and how that has been co-opted by the ultra-right, then again, that's the sort of thing that, again, I would like to sit on the fence and say, of course, in theory, we don't want to kind of stifle activists. At the same time, shouldn't we have some checks and balances? It's all a matter of degree. It's a difficult question to answer that in a satisfactory way, Martina. I think that's what I would say. Paola?
There's a question. Yeah, Giuseppe, do you want me to help?
Yes, please, because I got quite...
Don't worry.
A small screen, which is difficult to read from. So
yeah, I can see that.
Yes. Okay. There's a question by Paula. Social media nowadays provides an important place to spread awareness and to denounce injustice. Yeah. But considering the giant amount of content that is being served to people on a daily basis, how long-term can the impact of storytelling be?
yeah, hence, well, it's all about attention economy, right? Hence these formats that I'm saying, can be strategized, and these formats of breaking news, of updates. Well, something that I found when I tracked, and I think real-time tracking, well, let's say I've had the luxury of doing some real-time tracking in the things that have interested me. Again, when I tracked the financial crisis, the social mediatization of the Eurozone and the financial crisis of Greece, what I found was that once something has been, as it were, put on the map of the social media landscape, because especially on platforms such as YouTube, for instance, because you have this idea of diachronic contributions, I would find content that would kind of flare up, do this life cycle of it's relevant, it's timely, and then it dies down. Every time that something else was happening, something new, something completely different, you would see that content being resurfaced. And that's how this polystoring that I talked about would emerge. And that's one way, perhaps, of keeping, let's say, an issue on the radar, through also all kinds of intertextual associations with other affiliated stories, let's say, causes issues. But the ephemerality, yes, as we said, is a double-edged sword. It gives you perhaps a short burst of courage, or it grabs attention for a while, but retaining attention is, it's difficult. Unless the transmedia mobilization has happened, which kind of has ensured, and we've seen this with Me Too, that Me Too, from the point that it kind of migrated across media and environments, it wasn't necessarily bound by, I don't know, Twitter laws of ephemerality. It became bigger than those.
Also, I was actually thinking the way that indigenous media tried to somehow make clear their presence on the scene. It's actually quite far from what you call the sharing life in the moment, because rather than taking a position in that very moment, they just try to create what is actually going to become like a meme. The one you were talking about, Yanis Varoufakis, for instance, and the way that the heroification of the character somehow becomes quite important. So that positioning is also very important, because a story is not actually bound to the moment. So it's not just a matter of simple courage. You need to have courage, you need to be brave in order to decide and post it at the moment. But then, of course, that story, especially with the new affordances, are going to stay. And they're going to stay forever and ever, basically. So sometimes that is the real direction we should actually try and cater for, collecting all these types of different stories, especially indigenous stories.
Exactly.
Which
story
eventually
linking
might become discourse, or might actually create some important discourses around which communities might start collecting themselves.
Yeah, you're right. Different formats.
And then I just wanted to thank you very much to show, especially because I've seen we've got many students here, the importance of linguistic analysis in conjunction with media studies. So corpus linguistics is actually an exceptional aid, and you actually show, especially in the use of, in the reference to the time reference, which was quite surprising for me to see how many times they actually occurred in different types of scenario. So this is also another important aspect we keep on insisting with our students. And so thank you very much for that too. Now we do have time, like a couple of minutes, I guess, Anna, for some more questions from the floor. So if we have more questions, this is the right time to.
There's a question, there's Jos. Jos, are you here? Do you want to?
Oh, Jos.
There's also a hand raised. Okay,
Hi.
Jos is here.
Yeah, my question is there, but it's an old.
I can see it. I'm seeing it now. Yeah.
It's a sort of an old-fashioned question. It doesn't get into the nitty-gritty as you have been. It's sort of, as we'd say in Italian, a monte, because you talked about the use, but you only very briefly talked about or mentioned the use of indigenous language in storytelling, and it reminded me of old discourses. Well, the sort of discourses I knew at the time. I'm old, about the importance of the internet as an affordance for, other languages, not just English. And
visibility, yeah.
And keeping them alive. And how well, my question is, how efficient is it as a resistance?
One of the things, I mean, as I said, I wish I'd done research, but I see in the context of the kind of the global village and the dominance of English, I see Greek as very much of an indigenous language, a lesser spoken language. And what I've noticed, as I said, with the social mediatization, Greek is that it doesn't really make for an issue to have outreach. In terms of language uses, only the so-called spectacular fragments of the language can travel. English needs to become part of that trajectory really quickly. And also I noticed that when you had, because this was the crisis was also kind of an EU crisis, a Eurozone crisis. So you had different people, users, commenting on, say, YouTube videos, which I analyzed, and very quickly I saw a little kind of echo chambers being created in terms of language, so that if you wanted an issue to be talked about lots and be commented on lots, then you had to revert to English. And the little town halls, as it were, that were created in different languages, and that didn't only apply to Greek, but it applied to French as well, and German. And those were really peripheral, because again, I tracked and I used corpus analysis to see what language choices remained. And you could see that the languages themselves receded in favor of English in context of, let's say, global communication.
Yes, so
which was a bit saddening.
Well, there's still need for resisting linguistic imperialism, I suppose.
Yeah, totally. And I mean,
sure.
And yesterday, wonderful papers on, dictionaries and kind of creating resources, putting them out there and hoping for the best.
Yeah. Yesterday we had a panel on this. Yes.
I think time is petering now. Alessandro, you see so much interest. So there's need for you. Actually, you need to come back anytime and just try to find other ways.
Email me. I'd love to come back.
please.
Especially in person. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much as well.
So very interesting keynote address. Anna.
Yes.
Back to you now.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Giuseppe. Thank you very much. Very honored to have you both here. So now it's time for a quick coffee break, and we'll come back at 3:45 for panel 4, Youth and Social Activism, that I will be chairing myself. So see you in a bit. Thank you very much. Okay, we're back. I'd like to invite Oscar Ramos Mancilla and Maria Cristina Manzano Manguia. Are you here? And also all the people of this panel, Marta Gara and Inke Kablunde. Okay, that's great. Everybody's here then. Okay, awesome. So we're ready for the first panel of today. Sorry, I just lost the program. So this panel is on youth and social activism. So the first speakers for this panel are Oscar and Maria Cristina. I'll read just a few lines, then their bio sketches are online. So Dr. Manzano Manguia is a research professor at the Institute of Social Sciences and Humanity and the Universidad Autónoma de Puebla, Mexico. She has published on issues related to indigenous forced transnationalism across borderlands, First Nations transnationalism, Indian diaspora, Indian policy, and legislation in Canada. Dr. Ramos Mancilla is research professor at the Institute of Social Sciences and Humanities at the same university. His research is focused on contemporary processes and experiences of indigenous peoples with ICT access and their uses. They will be talking about indigenous youth as agents of cultural transmission. I'm afraid we cannot hear you, Maria. Okay.
No, thank you. I was trying to click. Thank you so much for inviting us to this panel and also for organizing this amazing conference. We look forward to enriching ourselves and we welcome everyone. I will begin by noticing some of the issues related to our co-author paper. It's mostly, first of all, related to the research we have been enduring during the last 4 years about indigenous resistance and also indigenous constructions of agents as agents of cultural transmission. We have been in the past few years documenting about the increasing number of minority group members using social media tools and websites in order to access their social pages or medium stream programs to connect with the world, the community, and friends. A common place is the presence, influence, incorporation of the digital format in our lives and throughout the world. This is an ongoing process, and certainly among indigenous population as well in Mexico. In this transition of the processes being performed in Mexico, not everything is crystal clear and not a technology is available for rural communities and in very dispersed areas. Some of the issues that they encounter as the challenge, it's perhaps the practices of digital access, such as internet. Their mobile device is usually the ones that perform the work for their class connection and also bringing material to the classroom with all the pandemic and the COVID-19 in Mexico. So the cellular is the tool, not the computer, not the tablet, is the cellular. And also the time that, I don't know, is pay as you go. So it's not that they are using this program or this plan with their cell company. Is mostly related to pay as you go. So they put 20 pesos, 100 pesos, and they use their device. So with that in mind, some studies have indicated that different activisms make strategic use of media. On the one hand, the possibility of spreading these messages and informing the population based on the context with local reference or information that is put in local terms in a basic way, and more importantly, in the languages spoken in the village. It is very fundamental. Indigenous people have been of interest to this type of research, and also bringing up with some of the main points of departure for the increasing use of technologies. For instance, one of the major aspects is the INEGI. INEGI is the National Institute of Statistics and Geography in Mexico. And some of the results of the National Survey on Availability and Use of Information Technologies at homes is called the ENDUNIT. It is stated that in urban areas, 51% have computer and 69% have an internet connection. In rural areas, it's only 19.7% have a computer and 30.1% have internet connection. That is less than 50% of the population living in urban area, in rural areas, and most of them from indigenous backgrounds. So we want to make clear that despite these limitations, there is an increasing use of technology in rural areas and among indigenous youth. Some recent works focused on indigenous youth, the impact of the media on representations and subjectivities among this population that has been documented. We can mention Acosta Nantes, Garcia Martinez, Perez Ruiz, Valladares, Urteaga Castro Pozo, and Garcia Alvarez. This is the most recent noteworthy study precisely emphasize the use of digital technologies that have enriched the means by which they are informed and communicating within and abroad their communities. No? For example, in the revitalization of community radios, the use of social digital networks, and in some places audiovisual, are in construction also with indigenous identity and the revitalization of indigenous language, which is part of our own research. No? Here, we want to look precisely at the bridge of connection that these youth, indigenous youth, represent within their indigenous communities through cultural revival and activism. No? Oral tradition is still present, but indigenous community experience changes in their cultural transmission repertoire. Today, digital technologies offer multiple language formats where visual and audiovisuals closely intertwined with indigenous narratives and their cultural representations in Mexico. The digital practice of indigenous youth are very contrasting. On the one hand, the access and uses of digital technologies are determined by structural conditions that have shaped these populations. For example, everything related to the lack of services and public infrastructure, which in turn can affect access to electric light or electricity and the spectra of radio, television, and now internet signals. On the other hand, the uses of digital technologies and their context, which are transmitted by digital services that usually are fed or carried out from and within the sociocultural characteristics of indigenous youth. In other words, here a key aspect is the revitalization of native languages through media use. Research has pointed out, and I quote, the disappearance of indigenous languages, end quote. However, due to the media practice and connectivity, we are now experiencing language revitalization within their communities and directly connected with the youth. Digital practice of indigenous youth navigate with the possibilities they find in their cultural surroundings, despite their connectivity limitations. These relationships complicate themselves when the changes experienced by indigenous populations link with the current resources available to them. To mention some of the most relevant, there are greater sources of information, a variety in cultural consumption, intra-regional, national, and international mobility, as well as family networks in different places. The incorporation of free or leisure time into their routines, among others, are the most influential projections and decisions that they made to participate in their communities. For instance, we cannot disconnect with all the community members from different indigenous locations across Mexico that go and migrate to the United States. A point of reference to keep connections and keep communicated is through the use of radio. No, the radio, la radio comunitaria, no, the community radio stations are making a big difference. Here, for instance, I'm right now conducting field work in San Marcos, Tlacoyalco. It's 2 hours southeast of Puebla. And this location, one of the main locations or points to migrate to the United States is North Carolina. And the only way, yesterday there was a transmission of a community activity, in the town, and it was related to a book lounge, and also there's a university, intercultural university located within the indigenous community, and we were transmitting live from the Hawaii. Hawaii is a natural water water collection that is called the Hawaii, and it's very sacred. And they were transmitting for all the community members located in the United States, no? And it was live, and it was also in the local language. It's the Ninjagua community. So it's amazing how the language is being revitalized through the radio comunitaria, no? La radio comunitaria. So in this sense, and mostly the youth are the university students and also community members, no? Kids and young adults as well. In this sense, the current young generations endow the apparent generational disagreement with the specific characteristics, while adults point to young people as the cause of future loss of traditions and costumes. It is, in fact, the youth who are revitalizing and revaluing, in other terms, those traditions, costumes, their love for the land, and their mother language or mother, as the Ninjiwa, no? Which they consider their own, and the need for make it public who they are and what they are doing in their own terms. Digital technologies, therefore, are very relevant nowadays among indigenous youth and also in their communities. We are documented precisely those transitions, adaptations, negotiations, diverse expressions and formats that emerge from these local and local expressions of their agency. Oral traditions are being reivindicated, as well direct learning ways of doing and creating their knowledge. These are grassroots projects and grassroots constructions of being indigenous. Therefore, we consider youth as agents of cultural transmissions, not only because they are generation who are in transitions, but they also mean social change that previous generations did not experience, no? And because we are currently documenting this process, we can see how knowledge circulates and tradition circulates between these social spaces that are considered how do you call it, electronicos, no? Electronic, and they are not visible at some point. We cannot grasp them, no? They are digital, and digital practice therefore can be remarked or are putting forward the possibility of considering digital practices as cultural activism. This is perhaps a clear connection with some other studies that have indicated that different activisms have been strategic by using the media. No? On the one hand, the possibility of spreading its messages and informing a vast number of people based on the contact with local reference and information, which is put in local terms. It's a basic way to connect to different people in different places. And Indigenous people are taking advantage of that. For instance, Ginsburg and Wilson and Stewart have done that type of work. On the other hand, what is transmitted and disseminated is also relevant, because these are messages that people have produced or created within their communities and within their context of their political subjectivities, no? Which impact their collectivity and their community in relation to them and the others in a big context of the community in and out, no? As I mentioned, what is located in the United States and beyond the United States. Yesterday they were saying, people across Canada, Ninji was in Canada, Ninji was in the United States. They are watching us today, no? They are listening to us, no? So it's both. The podcasting is through Facebook Live and also the radio. Whomever can connect, listening or just visually. In this sense, it is about activities and relationships that have political orientations to resignify different cultural aspects to the formats offered by the media and digital technologies, in which the use of native and mother tongues stand out. No? The local importance of technology is carried out by community members. No? In addition, this practice enriches the identity of Indigenous youth, no? Their local identities, and their activism. Yesterday, the Ninjiwa community gave us an example of how, within the limitations of technology, they were able to broadcast a major event that is relevant to their community. It was a book related to their traditions and their community, no, in San Marcos. That was the purpose of it. So with this in mind, I thank you very much. I give a big acknowledgement to the communities that have been working with us, Dr. Ramos and myself, in this outstanding work research. And we hope that our presentation can give a few ideas of where we are standing at without our own experiences, where we can track the process of media and revitalization of Indigenous languages. We cannot work without community input, meaning Indigenous youth being involved with our own research. No? The design of research from top-down models has been deconstructed, and we work from bottom up. Thank you very much for your interest, and we look forward to your questions and working together. Dr. Ramos is projecting a few of the images that are precisely illustrating these connections of activism, revitalization of indigenous languages, and the use of media across in the region that we work. La Sierra de Puebla and the southern portion of the state as well, with connection closely to Oaxaca. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maria Cristina and Oscar. This was very interesting. Also, thank you for reminding us of the role that young people have in conducting cultural activism, revitalizing indigenous languages through old and new media and interconnectedness of tools. And also thank you for referring to the digital divide, which is still a very big issue across numerous indigenous communities. Not all indigenous peoples and communities have the same access to digital technologies. So thank you very much for mentioning that. Now it's time for our second speaker. We'll gather questions at the end, okay? So we'll have a Q&A at the end. Our second speaker is Marta Gara. She is here. I can see her. Hello, Marta. Marta Gara owns a PhD in institutions and politics at the Catholic University of Sacred Heart in Milan. Her main research interests are theory and practices of participatory democracy, American political development, and post-1945 social movements. She's currently co-chair of the Graduates Forum of the Italian Association of American Studies and TA at her university. Her presentation today is on Native American youth organizing. Is the digital realm a good friend for social change? Is it or is it not? The floor is yours.
Thanks, Anna. I'm trying to share my screen. Sorry for the delay. How can I see? Sorry. Okay, that's okay. It. Sorry for the delay. But
no problem.
I suppose my connection could work now.
It's working. It's working. Okay, we can see it.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks, Anna, for chairing the panel and above all for having organized this amazing conference, and also for the pressure support you gave during all days of the conference and also before. So thanks for accepting my submission, and also for having matched my contribution, my proposal with such a suitable speeches and speakers. So I'm very delighted of being here. Let me say that the present paper is actually intended to kick off a larger research about the American Indian and Alaska Natives' most innovative approaches to community organizing for social justice, primarily in California, and then with a national perspective on the US. In fact, this investigation mainly refers to the research field of social movement studies, especially in the perspectives I used to work on. That first, the history of post-1945 youth social movements and the intersection with the electoral machine, and second, the implementation of the participatory governance in both grassroots and institutional policymaking in the past and today. So given this background, I do have to say that this is the first time I address the topic of community organizing in relation to the specific politics of the American Indians. Therefore, I'm here to welcome any suggestion to build up a more accurate analysis in the next months. Native American youth organizing is a digital realm, a good friend for social change. My inquiry as originally stemmed from a macro question that is how the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the ways and means of the social activism. Indeed, since the worldwide pandemic broke up last year and the need of social distancing surged, social movements have been forced to go online to bring forward the daily organizing and mobilizing for social change. Social movement studies literature have already started, of course, to reflect about this the changing strategy of activism during past and future lockdowns. However, to this ongoing reflection, I want to add one more frame of analysis. That is, how has this digital turn affected the dynamics of activism of American Indians and Alaska Natives? That is to say, the hardest hit group by the pandemic in the United States. According to the data provided by the Federal Center for Disease Control through February 2021, the age-adjusted COVID mortality was higher for IAM people than for any other group. And beside this, the pandemic has had a truly systemic impact on the IAM communities. In fact, the loss of elders and tribal leaders has been linked to the loss of entire libraries of the traditional knowledge all of a sudden. And in this situation, the youth is between the rock and the hard place, we are, generally speaking, say. The undergraduate college enrollment among IAM people was 13% down last spring in 2021 from the previous year, more than double than the national drop rate, according to National Student Clearinghouse. That means that the pandemic has made visible the structural inequalities the IAM people suffer in the education system, at the college level, as well as at the K-12 school. Indeed, IAM young adults already had the lowest 6 years graduation rate of all ethnics and groups in US, also before the pandemic. Adding to this, there is an evident infrastructural problem related to the pandemic life for IAM people. Several surveys have shown that people living in American Indian reservation at the lowest rate of access to standard internet broadband, the digital divide I mentioned before. What has been against this grim landscape, if I could say, what has been the space of public activism among IAM people during the last 2 years of pandemic and social distance? In this regard, an unexpected story impressed me, and it's the story I want to tell you today. Last June in California, the Indigenous Education Now Coalition succeeded in pressing the board of the Los Angeles Unified School District to allocate $10 million of the yearly budget to the specific support of Indigenous students. Furthermore, the Los Angeles Unified Board approved to manage the fund in partnership with Native organizations and tribes. In doing so, the school district recognized one of the strongest Indigenous people's claims before the local institution, that is, the request of community-controlled solutions in order to better satisfy the needs of Indigenous people in general and Indigenous students in this case. At the same time, the partnership forced the district to comply with the federal requirement consultation with Indigenous communities before approving any public policy concerning the land, knowledge, and safety. But who are the members of IAM Coalition? That is the IAM Coalition is it's a grassroots campaign, grassroots coalition comprised of Native organizations, tribes, local education centers, community organizers, students, and parents, with local and statewide interest in promoting a better education for Indigenous students. And the IAM campaign was launched in the early 2020 by one of the biggest forces of the coalition, the California Native Vote Project. You can see their logo in my slide, and we call it Native Vote. For the sake of shortening. And Native Vote is a multi-issue statewide organization for IAM power beating and social justice. Native Vote in turn publicly presented its first youth branch for 24 years old guys called LA Native Youth for Justice. Here you can see the first flyer they spread on their social media in 2020. They happened in late February 2020, some days before the pandemic broke out. But why should we consider the IAM Coalition campaign is still active today? A relevant case study for the main purpose of the present inquiry. Before showing my findings, let me briefly clarify the sources of my analysis. At this early stage of the research, I've mainly drawn my evidences from the press analysis, governmental reports and data, the Canativote website, and their main social media platform. This is their Instagram account. And mainly by a comprehensive report, Canativote and another multiracial civil rights organization based in California, Advancement Project, published in the early 2020, titled With the Resilient, you can see the cover, With the Resilient Stories and Data from American Indian and Alaska Natives in California. Unfortunately, I haven't been able yet to be in conversation with the Canativote organizers, contrary to my earlier research plan. So coming back to our question, in my opinion, the coalition campaign is a relevant case for the present inquiry for some main features. First of all, because the campaign achieved a substantial goal in the middle of the pandemic, mainly through digital campaigning, public advocacy, and without any mass protests in the streets. In the second stance, the coalition involves organizations rooted in California, and demographics shows that the state hosts the largest Asian population in the nation and one of the most diverse. More than 700,000 individuals who represent being Asian alone or in combination with other races, in representation of 109 federally recognized tribes. Moreover, Asian Californians are a predominantly urban demographic, with 84.9% living in urban areas, especially near Los Angeles. Although California hosts around 100 reservations, the majority of the Asian people lives outside them. This is a critical datum, since it lets figure out how Asian Californians' family mostly live in their daily life, in an urban and suburban racially diverse context, and they have to primarily deal with public officers and services of the municipal and state government. This is important to understand also the status of the main organization we refer to, that is Canativote for Project. Because Canativote, California Native Vote Project, is a statewide organization born in 2016, and it's the first of its kind among Asian people in California. Its main objective was and still is to support voter registration and get out the vote among Asian people at the federal, state, and local election. And this is not a common feature among the Asian ethnic group. In fact, Indian Americans have been using to fight on the political ground since decades in California for securing tribal authorities, especially over the huge gaming enterprise revenues and the tribal sovereignty to manage them. The chairman of the National Indian Gaming said recently in DC at the Brookings Institute, Indian gaming is not just about economic development, it also demonstrates the tribal regulation as opposed to state regulation works, and unquote. So against this historical background of voters involving, of Asian voters involvement in politics, Canativote has been a game changer. Since it has brought forward a brand new approach to the California public arena. They wanted no more to stand just in opposition to the state government, but mainly making the state and the local government accountable to the Asian people. To do so, the final goal is in fact to have more Asian representatives in the city council and in California legislature in Sacramento. They really are a strategy-conscious group promoting network mobilization, well-trained and scholarly way of the community organizing public advocacy theory of action. In this regard, what I want to underline here is the pivotal role the organization has assigned in its organizing vision to youth organizing and the youth leadership training. Youth leadership is in fact today a very common feature of the multiracial activism for social change in the United States. However, the experience of the LA Native for Justice is relevant for our purpose, in particular for one more reason. LA Native for Justice was born last year in the middle of a pandemic. In other words, the youth community organizing was launched in the digital space from its inception. And actually, it was envisioned the year before by the Canativote community members, parents, and students, but it was under the shelter-in-place orders that the organization rightly felt the need to start to work. And the Indigenous Education Now Coalition first legal complaint against the Los Angeles Unified School District was acknowledged to the U.S. Secretary of Education on April 17, 2020. So just to say that all happened around some days before and after the pandemic broke out. It is central to our inquiry. In the meanwhile, of this setup of campaign, an online petition was launched to support the Indigenous Student Achievement Seed funding. So how could they reach the school district approval last June? I could read this statement by the UC American Indian Studies Center last June 23. And they say, IAN coalition members were able to mobilize community members to leave nearly 100 voicemail messages to the district hotline, have dozens of its community members emailed the board with public comment, and garnered more than 1,000 petition signatures in support of Indigenous Student Achievement Seed funding. So it was a huge mobilization for such a small number of AIM people. And let's try to go deeper. So in the digital realm, how they used the digital communication, digital campaign. In regard to LA Native Youth for Justice, they've kept on meeting once a month on Zoom, and they still currently doing like this since February 2020, actually. And in July 2020, they participated to an online town hall comprising representatives from several multiracial youth organizations around the state. And in summer 2021, Kanati Vote has co-sponsored an online Indigenous Youth Organizing Academy, the second edition, actually. And it's important to underline that every LA Native Youth for Justice meeting is open to all self-identifying Indigenous youth, as you can read in the first flyer. They thus overcome the usual label of alien in combination with other ethnicity. The group's loose membership is thus supposed to empower more Indigenous young peers as possible, rather than making tribal or ethnic distinction. Actually, the Indigenous identity that is put forward by the youth organization encompasses guys that are members of the Central and South American Indigenous communities, whose ancestors settled down in California. The underpinning of unity and solidarity among Indigenous people is, after all, the basis for advocating in coalition. That is AIAN coalition, a concern shared by all California AIAN organizations that are part of the Indigenous Education Now campaign, let alone that they don't forget to solicit the help of non-Indigenous partners and allies that also have a relevant position in the community organizing effort. I believe this inspiration is plastically expressed in the digital realm by the Instagram account of the Kanati Vote project. Instagram is the organization's most used social platform, even though they have regularly updated Facebook and Twitter accounts. In fact, the Instagram stories are basically used as a tool of content sharing from many different realities of Indigenous life in California, pushing the followers to awareness as well as network mobilization. I just put in my slide some picture of the today's stories by the Kanati Vote account, because they are very exemplary. Additionally, the social media seems to serve also for recruitment for new young organizers, given the fact that the organization has recently chosen to publish the call to join a would-be new chapter of the Native Youth for Justice in San Bernardino only on Instagram. In general, it seems that for the AIAN coalition and entire for Kanati Vote, digital campaigning has meant a lot in the last 2 years. In this regard, let me briefly show you 2 exemplary tools they used. We have already mentioned the online petition to gather signature in support of the Indigenous Student Achievement Seed Fund. They're still spreading that online sheet to get pressure on the LA Unified School District and make the supervisor implement the last June budget provision. Moreover, they added a new tool, an online platform to gather at least 100 phone calls directly dealt to the supervisor. And this kind of support is supposed to have a great impact in the core goal of the advocacy campaign, and that is involving common citizens to take action in front of the targeted public institution, and they practically facilitate the common citizen involvement. And I just struck a focus in the make the call button. And online petition like these and phone calls are technological tools provided by civic engagement platforms, like the new mode you can see in the slide at the bottom of. And the flourishing of these platforms during the last 2 years is eloquent to show us the new ways and means of activism. To draw some conclusion, I hope to be in time. Please stop me, Anna, if I'm late.
You're good, you still have 2 minutes.
Okay, so to draw some conclusion, we can certainly underline in regard to alien Californian activists what several speakers of this conference reported about indigenous resistance in other countries and world regions. The use of digital connections is entrenched with the pivotal issue of visibility for indigenous people. Indeed, Canati vote organizers declared that the internet was fundamental to get in touch with alien people scattered around the state or living in urban context. That is, without an ethnic community or a labeled association to refer to. In those terms, visibility was essential for the organization in its 2 main actions before the IN campaign: voter registration and census 2020. They spent a lot of engagement, a lot of commitment, on those 2 goals. Digital visibility means, after all, for the indigenous people to be counted and finally have the attention of the public officers and state legislators. That is the final goal of the Canati vote. So I put in on the slides a very analogic item, the bottom, the pins with I'm native and I count. That is one of the entrenching meaning of visibility. In circumstance, online petitions and online phone calls have been integrated as effective tools of campaign, as we already seen, beside the integrated use of social media to share content, raise awareness, mobilize, and call to action, and also recruitment. I feel that it's enough to say that the digital realm has been a good friend for Canati Vote, the IN Coalition, and of course for youth organizing, and it's worthy for further consideration in the future, along with observing the changing environmental and organizing factors of alien people in the US. But nevertheless, I feel necessary as well to zoom out and reflect about the position digital campaigning and organizing has been taken with respect to the model of action, social movement, and mode of action of social movement embodied by the case we just observed. Indeed, I suppose, finally, that we should consider that digital campaigning and mobilization is essentially a technique, a sort of supportive means, among others, for the agency of the alien organization I've analyzed. Indeed, we should consider an organizing network of people and economic resources before the campaigning strategy and going online. To get pressure, of course. And we should also consider that the institutional impact obtained by the coalition and the IN campaign might have comprised even offline actors and practices that are now visible from the online strategy, like being present in front of the LA School District Board during the budget approval, or other offline actors implied in politics, in local politics or state politics. They are very few representatives, only 1 representative in the state assembly, but of course there are also other committee of oversight and representation of indigenous people and alien people in particular. Anyway, I feel that the inquiry would of course benefit from reaching out directly to the alien organization to verify these missing issues. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marta, for this interesting presentation. and also for reminding us of the importance of offline practices while also doing digital activism, because it's the two aspects go hand in hand, and that's what Alexandra said during her keynote. There is potential in digital activism, but then probably there must also be a moment for offline practices like those you said in order to increase visibility. All right, so let's move to our third and last speaker for this panel. And here she is, Inke Kablunde. Is that correct? Is my pronunciation correct?
Perfect.
Okay, Inke Kablunde, a graduate student from Johannes Gutenberg University of Mainz. She's very much interested in Indigenous empowerment and healing. Her current research objectives are the intersections of ethnic and Indigenous studies with popular culture. So Inke is presenting today a talk on defying social media misconceptions, TikTok as a platform for Indigenous activism and education. And I'm very curious because I want to know more about TikTok. The floor is yours, Inke.
Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me the floor to speak, even though I'm a little less advanced in my studies than you all are. I'm very happy to be here. And I'm just going to try to share my screen real quick. See? Okay. So as I'm sure not all of us are equally familiar with some of the concepts I will be employing today, I would first like to start by saying a few words about how TikTok, the app, works, how it functions, and what's behind the whole hype about it. I mentioned in the title of my talk that there are many misconceptions about this app, which for most people originates in a skepticism towards TikTok's user demographic. In fact, the majority of users are younger, teenagers to early 20s mostly. And this is also why this app has a little bit of a reputation of being, just for fun, a little less serious. And TikTok has reached a massive peak in downloads since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic and has since become one of the most prominent social media platforms. In short videos of up to 3 minutes, or usually even under a minute, a lot of content on TikTok consists of lip syncing videos, makeup tutorials, dance routines, pranks, and other very teenagey and fun-focused topics. From the outside, it is no surprise that TikTok is enjoying a reputation as an app that is fun-oriented and cannot be taken seriously. TikTok users also often report to feeling as if they are part of a bubble when looking at the content suggested to them on the so-called For You page. The For You page gives you content suggestions that the app's algorithm has found for you based on your viewing preferences. For instance, if you watch a lot of dog content and you like a lot of videos featuring dogs, you will most likely be getting a lot of dog video suggestions on your For You page, and eventually they will dominate your feed. Similarly, you can enter food talk, travel talk, or whatever else you're interested in, and basically shape your viewing experiences by the kind of content you consume. How then might skeptics of the app wonder, does this make a difference for online activism, and especially for Indigenous online activism? Looking at the varying approaches some of the most popular Indigenous creators take, my talk aims to answer this question by debating the particularities that come with TikTok trends and movements, and by analyzing how Indigenous activism utilizes these trends for their own purposes. I will argue that despite the app's dubious reputation, Indigenous TikTok creators who address issues affecting Indigenous nations all over the world and proudly show their culture contribute vastly to raising awareness for both Indigenous history and presence, and also engage in digital surveillance. This results in empowering Indigenous users and educating non-Indigenous users of the app in an accessible and arguably even enjoyable and animating manner. TikTok can be more than pointless fun, and creators such as the ones I will be introducing today help to create a sustainable impact of Indigenous online activism on the platform. As there is very little scholarship about this kind of social activism on TikTok especially, my analysis will lean on my own close reading of the content to point out the distinctive nature of Indigenous activism. I will investigate why this type of digital resistance is necessary, as well as debate what makes it so effective. Nonetheless, and that is very important to keep in mind, I do not seek to glorify the app at all. And if we were given more time, I would also elaborate on TikTok's problem with various kinds of racism. But as our time together is limited, I would just like to keep you in mind that even though TikTok activism, especially in the Indigenous community, is a very effective tool, there are downsides to the app originated in the app's racial bias. I have brought two content creators for you today to kind of explore with me, and they are both Indigenous creators from Canada. On the left, we can see Michelle Chubb, alias Indigenous Betty, and on the right, we can see Shaina Nova, who is a very prominent figure of Indigenous TikTok. And based on these two creators, I have come up with a few concepts that I would like to kind of use to guide you through my presentation. And these categories are only some of the types of Indigenous resistance that you can find on TikTok. There's obviously a lot of TikTok content, Indigenous TikTok content that goes beyond this type of resistance, but these are the three main components I will be focusing on. And they are indigenizing social media content, cultural representation in the digital sphere, as well as digital survivance. I seek to put an emphasis particularly on the empowering effects that come from Indigenous activism that claims the space for Indigenous people on social media, and also want to put an emphasis on how they reach younger audiences, as is the case with the first creator I would like to show you, namely Michelle Chubb, alias Indigenous Betty. Her content is a great example of how TikTok activism works. So one way in which Indigenous creators on TikTok claim their space is by jumping onto trends and using them to show parts of their culture or struggles. The content Michelle produces on her account is of particular relevance to demonstrate the necessity for Indigenous creators whose content is a hybrid form of typical TikTok content, meaning makeup, fashion, personal vlogs, etc., and content that comments on Indigenous issues or simply shows Indigenous realities. And this hybridity helps delineate that Indigenous voices are just as much part of online societies as those produced by white mainstream society. Furthermore, her content shows how biased our media consumption can be and how society oppresses those voices that do not adhere to society's standards. Especially with regard to younger consumers of the app, Chubb's content is vital to emphasize the cruciality of representation. Seeing fellow Indigenous people represented in their everyday lives plays a central role in empowering Indigenous youth, and social media has been one of the key places where representation is critical. I would now like to show you a video by Michelle Chubb, and I hope it all works out with the screen sharing. It's a little bit complicated. Let me see. Okay, I hope this works.
Inke, we don't see the video. Okay, here it is.
Okay, sorry.
But there's no audio.
No audio.
No sound.
Okay, let me try again.
First.
Can you hear it now?
I usually have two braids.
Yes.
I grab my otter furs and start tying them to my hair. Make sure they're secure so they don't fall. Next, I grab my minks and hair ties. Then I tie them onto my braids. They're so long. Next, I grab my leggings and my moccasins. Now, I pick up my jingle dress and put it on. Next is the belt. then grabbing my medallion and cuffs. They were actually made by my auntie. Now I'm done. Now I'm kidding. Earrings. Oh wait, one more thing. Lipstick. Agose, I hope you enjoy. And
Okay, so let me just get back to the presentation. Okay, so in this video, we can see an indigenous version of the popular Get Ready With Me trend, in which creators show how they dress up for certain occasions. Michelle shows her followers how she gets ready for a powwow, how she braids her hair, puts on jewelry, and traditional clothing and accessories. The confident way in which she so naturally makes this trend her own and reinterprets it claims space for indigenous people on the app and helps show TikTok users an alternative version of the Get Ready With Me trend, thereby pointing out that indigenous creators are just as much part of online society as white creators. This video is also a great example of the almost subtle effect some of the indigenous activism on TikTok can have. Though being a powerful means to claim space and make indigenous people seen, a lot of the content that follows TikTok trends is seemingly light. Something as simple as getting ready can thus be considered an act of indigenous resistance. Taking a stance and unapologetically being herself and showing her culture is taking a stance against the suppression of indigenous voices and bodies on the internet. There's no heavy language or imagery, but instead creators and viewers can have fun while learning about the many different cultures on the app. Especially for younger generations who may not understand heavier topics in depth yet, this is a great way to introduce them to indigenous issues, while pointing out that diversity should be self-evident in media consumption. Moreover, jumping onto TikTok trends follows a certain tactic. Hashtags or sounds that are trending, meaning those that are very popular, usually get the most views, which in turn gives creators an opportunity to attract more viewers onto their profile. In this case, indigenous activists ensure that by engaging in trends, they might call attention to their other content and thus gain followers and consumers for their own bubble. A Get Ready With Me video here can be a soft introduction to indigenous talk. Which leads us to our next creator and activist, Shaina Nova, who is an Inuk creator. The indigenous content she produces puts a great emphasis on the contemporary life of Inuit. Her content too is unapologetically indigenous. Her videos are exemplary for educative content that still is rather light-weighted due to various factors. One being the limited length of videos. Most of her videos are roughly 25 seconds in length. This not only adheres to the limited attention span of people scrolling through TikTok, but also helps hold the content in place so it does not become overwhelming to watch. Furthermore, short videos have a higher chance of reaching younger viewers who will mostly rather spare 25 seconds watching a TikTok than spending 10 minutes reading an article. Before I comment more on the ways in which this particular creator demonstrates indigenous resistance, I would like to move on and show you two of her videos. Gotta switch the screen again. Let's see. And then there's also another one, which is this one.
Yes, this is beluga, our favorite traditional meal called mattak. We eat it with soya sauce and we use this traditional knife called ulu. We cut off the fat. We make sure to cut it in small pieces because it's hard to chew. It has a rubbery texture. And this is dried caribou called nikuk. It's delicious. All of these animals are hunted by our people, family, friends, and we feed to the whole community. So it's complete. Yes, this is.
Okay, I'm sorry the video was cut off. I'm not sure why she did that. Just going back to the presentation real quick. In indigenizing the internet, Deborah Madsen refers to the digital space as, quote, a prominent site of colonial struggle. She contends that similar to offline societies, indigenous presence is also suppressed in online societies or put into a niche. Where white content is dominating, indigenous presence itself, and especially content that indigenizes white trends, is crucial. Further, Madsen argues, quote, indigenous digital storytelling is a claim to rhetorical sovereignty that articulates native self-determination through specific ways of knowing and being, end quote. By engaging in this form of storytelling and claiming space for herself and her content on TikTok, China Nova exudes her rhetoric sovereignty, and similar to Michelle Chubb, she indigenizes TikTok by claiming space for her content in a white-dominated space. What China Nova is doing can be described as a modern digital interpretation of the term survivance coined by Gerald Wisner. In post-Indian conversations, Wisner called survivance, quote, a native sense of presence, the motion of sovereignty and the will to resist dominance. Survivance is not just survival, but also resistance, not heroic or tragic, but the tease of tradition. And my sense of survivance outwits dominance and victimry. Survival is a response. Survivance is a standpoint, a worldview, and a presence. So Nova is demonstrating parts of her culture, such as culinary traditions and throat singing, that for centuries were forbidden activities and up until today are hardly known about or looked down at. Many generations of residential school survivors and their descendants never learned to speak their own languages or engage in cultural traditions such as throat singing. In this context, Nova's content follows two distinct purposes that complement each other. For one, as we were able to see in the video that showed her and her mother throat singing, she makes content for cultural insiders, meaning other indigenous people on the app. Her content empowers and reassures them, and possibly even encourages them to engage with their cultures or relearn traditional skills such as throat singing. The other purpose here is represented by the video in which she shows how her family eats beluga whale. This video is directed more at cultural outsiders, non-indigenous people that may hold prejudices or simply do not know anything about indigenous life. On her account, Nova meets both groups without judgment and provides a safe space for both learning and empowerment. Her throat singing videos also show that she too is still in the process of reconnecting with her culture and learning more about it each day. By publicly and proudly showing these parts of her culture, actively learning or relearning them, China Nova and other young indigenous creators like her on TikTok are resisting racist narratives and forces, and thereby help keeping their cultures alive and spreading education about traditions and culture. As we have found, a crucial aspect about China Nova's and Michelle Chubb's work is the way in which they operate on a personal level and can thus be relatable to young viewers, especially those who find representation in indigenous figures in online society. China and Michelle become role models, educators, and activists through the videos they produce, so their content should not be underestimated. Indigenous resistance in the digital age has many faces. Digital activism, especially on social media, can have an impact even if it appears lightweighted compared to other types of activism. Claiming space for oneself in a space that is heavily dominated by white society is an act of resistance. Making use of that space to spread awareness on indigenous issues, showing pride about indigenous cultures, can thus be considered an act of digital survivance. This form of activism may appear subtle or simple, and too many people still condemn activism on TikTok based on the app's questionable reputation. Nonetheless, this kind of social action is just as impactful as other forms of engagement, and China Nova and Michelle Chubb are only two of the many great examples that demonstrate the ways in which indigenous activism on TikTok defies social media misconceptions. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope some of you have some great suggestions maybe on other literatures and sources.
Thank you very much, Inka. Perfect timing, by the way. Perfect timing. This was so interesting. Thank you for guiding us through the discovery of TikTok as a tool for empowerment. You touched so many important issues. For example, concerning the educational potential of digital technologies across different social media platforms, how complex issues related to indigenous knowledges, culture, languages as well, can be popularized and decontextualized and recontextualized across platforms such as TikTok in very effective ways. The videos that you showed were very powerful, like the get ready with me one, with all those multiple levels. It was really multi-layered. That video there was super multi-layered with cultural references, as you said, to the poem, and then the music, the beating, and the traditional dressing. How it really showed how ceremonies can be brought to a completely different scenario that's social media arena. So thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have a wonderful debate. So I would like to invite the other speakers here to this roundtable. And are there any questions for our speakers? Let's see. Oh, I have a question. There's Charlotte, right? Charlotte Verget. Please, Charlotte.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
I firstly want to say thank you to all the panelists just for a really amazing panel. I really loved hearing everyone's different perspectives. My research, I'm a master's student as well, like Inke, is focused on environmental activism and social media in focusing on Indigenous North America. So Inke's presentation was incredibly, amazing, but also just really relevant to what I want to learn about more. So I have a question for her just about, my main question is just, have you published anything yet on this? Or if not, are you hoping to? Because I would love to be able to cite you when I eventually write a further chapter about social media. I haven't done that yet. And it would be great to reference some of the ideas you used. And also as a kind of secondary related question, what Indigenous theorists would you recommend the most in terms of looking at Indigenous activism on social media? Thank you to everyone.
Well, for the first part of your question, thank you first for giving such great feedback. I have not published anything yet. I've only just started my master's program. So, I mean, I'm hoping to at some point publish something. We will see if that ever works out for me. Until then, I'm not sure. I mean, I can write my email address in the chat and we can stay in contact if you'd like that. I'm very curious to hear your point of view as well and your research approaches. As for the second part of your question, I have used Gerald Wisner quite a bit I've used his theory in pretty much all of my papers on Indigenous studies so far, because I think he's very versatile in his approaches. So I can recommend everything I have used by him so far, and I can totally, just send you some more information via email if we ever get the chance to get in touch.
That would be great. Thank you so much. If you probably email in the chat, I'll send you a message later.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Great, thanks. Now a question for Oscar and Maria Cristina. I'm reading from the chat box. It's a pretty long one. So I wanted to, and this is from Antonio Rocco. I wanted to thank the speakers for their presentation. It was inspiring and interesting. I knew almost nothing about Indigenous people in Mexico, so I decided to do some research about them and Indigenous activists. And I discovered that the government tried to use coercion in order to homologate them to the local dominant culture in the past. Even nowadays, episodes of violence by military forces against indigenous people are still common. I was wondering, can the use of electronic devices or social media by young activists when it comes to hand down traditions, as well as cultural revival movements, be considered as an act of rebellion against the dominant culture enforced by the local government? Quite a complex question.
Yes, thank you for the question. Indeed, there's some research pointing out that precisely that there's a revitalization of their own cultural, I cannot say cultural traditions, but also the new practices that are being embraced as part of their backgrounds, and also new practices, and they can be part of their relationship with the state. So in areas like here that I'm located right now at San Marcos, there are Tlacoyalco, the new intercultural university that has been here since 2019, approximately. It's one of the major, how can I say, goals of the state, Mexican state, to continue with the education of the at the superior, like educación superior, no? So you are at the level of masters and undergrads that they can pursue, mostly indigenous people. And by that way, the state is trying to reaffirm the relationship with the indigenous communities across the region here in the southern part of Puebla. However, not everything is crystal clear, and there's some resistance to some of the programs that government, the federal government, is implementing, as well as some programs that are being welcomed. So it's a new relationship, and new because there's some old patterns and new patterns with the new president that is in place since 2018. So President López Obrador is trying to get a better connection and relationship with indigenous communities. The day that he was invested as the new president, there was an indigenous ceremony. Never before there was an indigenous ceremony. So one of his work lines of work, and one of his policies is to get a better relationship with indigenous communities. And that can be present by some activities and absent with others, no? There's some major projects across Mexico, mostly in the Istmo, that are related to a great effect to indigenous communities, no? At the level of environmental and also traditional grounds, and also their main activities for surviving, no? Their economic as well as social. And the projects are being implemented despite their rejection. So that's a catch-22, no? How there's an official discourse of being implemented with one-on-one with indigenous communities, and then there's another line of action that is totally the opposite. No? We want to implement this major infrastructural project, and it doesn't matter that indigenous people are against that. No? So I think there's a lot of work to do, and of course, it's nothing is carved in stone. No, we are, as we progress, connecting with different communities, things are being documented and also working from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Cristina. And now a question for Marta. So it's a long one, so I'm going to summarize it. Basically says, regarding the speech just addressed, we can unfortunately say that the life of the natives of Native Americans was already peculiar before COVID-19, and certainly after it, the situation has not improved. The question is about these associations that you mentioned, how the funds are raised. That's what Claudia is asking, and who manages them. Then I would like to know mainly what these funds are used for materially, practically, and what kind of education is provided.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Claudia, for the wonderful question, because he perfectly hits one of the missing points of the inquiry that I hope to comply to, hope to better answer, getting. When I will be able to be in conversation with the organizer, because one of the main missing point I've noticed right away was the economic funding, was the funding part of all these big set of services, and also online appearance, because I mentioned, for example, the online platform to do digital campaigning. They are not for free, of course. They getting cheaper in the with the progress of the COVID-19 pandemic, but they cost. So I suppose that for the Indigenous Achievement Student Fund, I mentioned as the first goal of the IN Education, the Indigenous Education Now Coalition. It was, the fund was kicked off by the community members. And then they, because it was a seed funding, and they asked for signature and petition and support to implement that. And then they finally achieved their goal to have a spending voice in the school district budget of Los Angeles. For the practical supports, you mentioned the concrete supports. Yeah, during the COVID-19 pandemic, they provided with healthy and security packing, mask, and other not only books for the youth, but also food package and other voluntary-based efforts to be in touch with the elders and Asian people spread in the urban context. Yeah, about the education, education is pivotal for their organizing. In the framework of their theory of action, of their theory of change, education is the only leverage, with training, of course, of organizing training, to have in the future the youth leadership they need to get into the public arena and the public institution to be represented. And it's their main goal, to be counted, and then to have the numbers to be visible. And then to get out the vote, because they now have just a representative in the California Assembly. So education is pivotal.
Okay, thank you, Marta. There are lots of other questions in the chat box, but unfortunately, we don't have time to go through them all. I would like to ask our panelists if they want to reply to the questions using the chat box, because there are really many questions, especially from students here. So it would be nice if you could answer the questions through the chat box. And I take the occasion again to thank all of you. This was a very interesting panel, and I would like to ask you if you could stay for the rest of the day, so to join the conversation during the next panel as well, because other relevant issues are going to be touched and raised. And now it's time for a quick coffee break, and then we'll be back with the final panel of today, Arts and Digital Remediation, chaired by my friend and colleague Giuseppe De Riso. So we'll be back in 10-ish. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, we're back. So Giuseppe is here.
Can you see me?
Yes, I think Giuseppe, you're having some problems with your webcam. C'è anche un po' di
Very
eco.
strange. Very strange. It worked fine until now. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay, very strange. It's very strange, Anna. It worked fine. It has been working fine until now. I can assure you, I made all the necessary technical tests. And maybe we could try by, maybe if I exit.
Yes,
and
let's
come
try
back.
that. Yes,
Maybe
please.
that
Yes,
could
please.
be- Okay. No, looks like there must be some kind of incompatibility between the two, because between Zoom and the webcam, because I can assure you it works.
Okay, don't worry, Giuseppe. Maybe you can turn it off, and that's fine. We will hear you anyway.
Okay.
So we're ready for our last panel. The very last panel of this conference on arts and digital remediation. I thank Giuseppe De Riso for accepting my invitation to chair this panel. Giuseppe De Riso is researcher in English literature. And Giuseppe, I leave you the floor so that you can introduce our speakers.
Okay, hello Anna, and hello everyone. First of all, I'd like, of course, to thank you, Anna, for giving me the opportunity to be part of such an exciting conference. Besides having a great time, I have been learning a lot these days, and I am sure that this last panel will prove as enlightening as the rest of the conference. So, not to steal precious time to our speakers, I'd like to introduce you our first one, Dolan Sarkar. Dolan is a PhD student in theatre and performance studies at School of Arts and Aesthetics at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. His areas of interest are Dalit and folk theatre, ritual and performance, and is currently working on his doctoral thesis. He'll be giving a presentation titled New Media and Gambia Performance, Caste Resistance and Dalit Politics. So I give up the floor to him.
Thank you. Am I audible?
We can hear you.
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you. Thank you once again. Okay, and my solemn gratitude to the organizer as well as the people from where I am belonging. Okay, that is the first thing I need to gratitude them. Today, just I will talk about new media and Gambia performance, caste resistance, and Dalit politics. I think we are observing, we are undergoing a situation of pandemic, and India is like Italy. India is also worst sufferer of that pandemic, and we have seen that the huge migrations. Okay, the migrations from backward migrations from the rural India. So we have seen the miserable conditions about the labor migrations and all the things. Within that, I think it's. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Am I audible? Yeah, there's a greeny noise. Okay. So I thought it might was the connection. Okay. So in India, let me share my screen. I forgot to share it. just a minute. Yeah, this is my presentation. So I am currently working in Jawaharlal University, which is located at New Delhi, and working for my PhD thesis on Gombhira in different aspects. And also media is one of the aspects I'm looking into it. So in India, we have typical conditions like caste and Indian society. So we have the unique social stratification, the caste system, which is hierarchical and unequal caste, social system based on the notion of purity and pollution. Here, the bottom are the worst sufferer by the caste oppression in their everyday life. So every day they have witnessed the human right violations. There is a caste atrocities. Recently, we have witnessed the incident like Hathras. There is a gang rape of a Dalit girl, and there is an institutionalized incrimination because the body has not given to the family. So there is an upheaval within that pandemic. So they are the worst sufferer in the Indian context because of their social positions in the below the strata. So in even Indian constitutions, they have categorized the people into 4 categories. The open category, who constitute the Brahmin, Khatri, and Vaishya, three upper caste, and the list are the other backward caste class, which we call OBC, the scheduled caste SC, and the scheduled type ST. This classification is based on the hierarchy. So we have also constitutionally representations in government services as well as the political representations. There are constitutionally allocated quotas for them. But if you see the entire administrative system as well as the entire political system of India and different institutional body, there are least the caste representations across the body. So there are report, okay, though the report coming from the not mainstream media, so the report comes that out of 82 secretariat of the top level, there are only few people from the SC and ST categories. And also there are report that in the recent Modi government, the right-wing government, there are only 4 people SC and ST categories. So we have seen that in the bureaucracy, there are the least representations. So we can expect it from the better policy formulation as well as the representations from the people. So there is a huge crisis of that. Now coming to the point about the representation about universities, how the people are represented in the universities. There a report shows that over 60%, seats are vacant for faculty positions in Indian university, top university, even IIM, which is very prestigious for administrative, for management colleges. There are 60% seat vacant. So the underrepresentation of Dalit and ST and OBC community is visible. Now coming to the point that how they are underrepresented also in the mainstream popular media, which is quite, very crucial to understand how it works. Though we have a study about Indian news media, if you see the entire trajectory about the study about Indian media and how it represents the different caste and cultural categories, there are the studies like, which is first done from UN Unial. There's he is also associated with Pioneer newspaper in Delhi. He was keen to see, is there any real journalist who is associated with Dalit, or is there any Dalit journalist in India? At that time in 1996, he did not find single journalist from Delhi in the heart of India. Also, the same report comes in the Joginder Yadav and Jitendra Kumar studies in 2016, 2006, also quite significant to mention. This debate, I think, underrepresentation in Indian mainstream media also triggered recently because there are one report by Oxfam and News Laundry, which shows that out of top 121 decision-making positions, only few, I mean, not more than 2 and 3 people from the Dalit and ST categories. So it is quite surprising. So this is the entire scenario about that in Indian mainstream media. So how can we expect a better, better representation, as well as how it can offer a true picture and reality about the Dalit life, which they are suffering in their everyday life. So we have least hope from the mainstream Indian media, because like Western world, it has also following the footprint about that it was associating with, the power about with government. Also in the case of regional media, we can find the similar tendency, because most part of India is dominating by the BJP government. So they are associating even the regional media in different languages. They are working in the interest of the government. So it is quite visible. And now one important point: it is not that we are allowed to access our public space. Before pandemic, there is not, in India, there is no vibrant public sphere. Okay, it is surprising to say, but if you see that, entire that hegemonic tendency about caste, culture, even gender, it is the same pattern is also visible in Indian public sphere. So I just mentioned it has various hegemonic codifications, which sometimes they discriminated on the basis of caste. You are not allowed to speak in publicly sometime. You can't speak like that. That is the thing. We are not permitted to speak in the public sphere. That is the real scenario. That is the scenario about Indian public sphere. Even in the pandemic, government has proposed or there is a guideline for medical purpose that we need to follow social distancing. In India, we have always the distance, social distance, the distance about purity and pollution. So when you are proposing it, when ICM are proposing that it has further strengthened the stereotype. And we also see during that pandemic, there were incidents like I have also mentioned this Hathras gang rape. There were also the cases about, or there is a proposition about NRC and CA, and how pandemic helps government to to abolish that movement. There are vibrant movement against NRC and CA, because government, the proposition about NRC or CA is that it has given citizenship on the basis of religion. So that is very conflicting. Even the identity of the Dalit has been associating with the Hindutva. They have been accepted as a citizen of a Brahminical context. That is crucial issue, a serious issue. Some Dalit scholars have mentioned it. Even if you read recent study about Badri Narayan, and he has quite mentions in his book how that identity of Dalit has been homogenized. That is one of the aspects. And we are recently witnessing the anti-farmer law and anti-farmer protest in Delhi, and it is always getting some highlight because of that media, not mainstream media, but social media and other medias. There are some viral images about how government try to show that how it is anti-government or something like that. But some images, some footages on social media help to, shows the true reality about that movement. So it really truly helps that people about on the Dalit. Now coming to the point, the social institution or the performance I am dealing with, Gomphira recently, very recently, it is not more than 10 or 12 years using the media, because it is the typical indigenous form. So recently, new generations performer like performer like Bablu Mondal and his group he was associated with Fatehpur Gomdria group. He recently started, he and his group and two other groups, they have started media performances recently on social media, especially Facebook. They have using as a medium, because now people are starting, really slowly starting this using or accessing internet in India. So they have started some performance, and it shows how they are using it. Their uses uses the marks. Sometimes it is the marks about government to shows that how he is the face of demon. So media and art also uses it as a form of resistance. But I need to mention here that though we have that issue, like suppose it is obvious we are speaking, or the media people in India or scholar sometimes mentions that India is not, free from digital divide in information communication technology, but it is not equally circulated or equally used by people. But there's a hope. There's a hope in this new technological upgradations for the Dalit people. It really gives a platform, a virtual world, which provide a space for the Dalit activity and political engagement with the upper caste. And sometimes there's a tweet. And also in the Gombiza performance, for the Gombiza performance, social site offers a new dimensions of the Dalit politics. They raises their issues like caste oppressions and everyday human right violations, and unequal material distributions in their everyday life. To conclude, in my opinion, it is therefore evident that digital space allowed a certain sections of Dalit people to access the virtual world to create a new wave of subalternity. And with the use of the social media, which has provided a platform for identity formations and assertion of marginal groups. This is my conclusions, and thank you for your patience.
Giuseppe, are you here? I don't think his microphone is working. Okay, Giuseppe. Giuseppe is here. Okay, yes.
Okay, now you can hear me. Things should have been improved. Should have improved. I don't know if you can hear me and see me.
Yes. We can see you. Okay. We can hear you.
Okay, so thank you, Dolan, for the sensitivity with which you brought to our attention the problem of underrepresentation, and even, dare I say, ventriloquism, which affects the so-called depressed castes, whose stories and day-to-day life is more frequently recounted by those in power who do not share their living conditions. A problem which is directly connected with the question of how popular or so-called low forms of cultural expression circulate in the public sphere, and more specifically enter the digital realm. So I guess that exploring Gambia forms of cultural expression may prove very interesting, and so I guess that there will be many observations and questions about this. Next, we have Preeti Lashman with a talk about songs of resistance and their online circulation in India's northeastern state of Manipur. Preeti is a PhD scholar in the Department of Sociology at the Delhi School of Economics in the University of Delhi, Her PhD research topic is Rethinking Resistance, a sociological study of everyday life in Manipur. Please, you can start.
Yeah. Am I audible?
We can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I'll just share my screen. Hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Preeti Laishram, and today I'm going to talk about songs of resistance and their online circulation. And before I go into talking about the songs and the circulation, I would like to briefly talk about Manipur first, so that I can lay out the context. So Manipur is a state in the northeastern region of India. It has, since its contentious merger with the Indian Union, which many believe is a forceful annexation, has always had a troubled relationship with the Indian state. British dominance prevailed in Manipur till 1947, and in 1948, Manipur went on to establish a democratically elected government with full adult franchise and a constitution of its own. But in 1949, Manipur was merged with the Indian Union. Saroj Nalini Arampam Parat and John Parat capture the politics of the merger, stating that the bitter irony, as Manipuri sees it, is that independent India, which proclaimed its dedication to democracy, willfully refused to recognize the democratically elected government of its tiny neighbor and instead persisted in dealing with the former feudal ruler, who himself repeatedly protested that he has surrendered his power to the elected assembly. Manipur has seen decades of violence from both ends of the spectrum, with a self-determination movement on the one hand and the repressive state machineries to curb the movement on the other. The day-to-day experiences of living under violence, the armed movement against the merger, and the subsequent oppression by the Indian state in the guise of countering insurgency and maintaining its territorial integrity, all this has left an indelible mark on the landscape of Manipur. Coming to the concept of resistance, which my work is focused on, social science scholarship has engaged with various acts of resistance, thereby building a nuanced understanding on the concept of resistance. And there is not one way to define resistance. The distinction between organized and non-organized resistance is not watertight, but it has nevertheless made it easier to understand the multidimensional nature of resistance. Hollander and Ioner, in their work, review works on resistance, and they look into different aspects on which act could be called an act of resistance. But in their paper, they said that there is one underlying understanding that exists, that's common in all the work that has been carried out. That is that the understanding that resistance is an oppositional act. Semyor talked about the increasing focus of cultural anthropology in the concept of resistance, and while talking about everyday form of resistance, the author says that this form of resistance focus on the small act of defiance that do not constitute a social movement, but that suggests a person's or small set of person dissatisfaction with the status quo. This small act of defiance are also reflected in James Scott's work on everyday form of resistance, which also played an instrumental part in the field of resistance studies. And Scott says that the most subordinate class do not have the luxury to open and organized political activity. Manipur has seen both organized resistance in the form of armed insurrection for people's protest on state against the state violence. The Indian state used Armed Forces Special Powers Act (AFSPA) 1958 as a means to curb the self-determination movement. Armed Forces Special Powers Act was passed on 22nd May 1958, and it gives power to the army to arrest, search and kill anyone on mere suspicion, and the act provide impunity to the army from legal action. AFSPA enables the armed forces to carry out counter-insurgency operation with impunity, and which has led to numerous human rights violations like rape, torture, fake encounter, and disappearance. And I would like to show a few of the cases I would like to say, and this might be disturbing for people. I think I might get. Tangjung Manorama was brutally raped tortured and murdered on 11 July 2004, and her body was found. This is the photo that I'm showing. Following this, there was a nude woman protest in front of Kangla. Kangla is a historical site where a woman came out to protest against the brutal killing. The same year, Pebam Chittaranjan immolated himself on Independence Day of India, August 15, in 2004, and he succumbed to his injury on August 16, 2004. So coming to songs of resistance, now I have given a brief background of what this song will be about, and because of how this song talks about the political and social issues on Manipur. Songs of resistance is not a new phenomenon in Manipur, although the themes have changed over the years. The 90s showed the arrival of two very important bands in Manipur, called Eastern Dark and Tapta. And the year 2009 saw the coming of another band named Imphal Talkies. Each of the songs present different stories and experiences of people, and it reflects the socio-political situation of the place. The reality of the place and its people are intrinsically woven into the song. I think I'll just jump to the three bands. I'll jump to the circulation, because I think I should manage the time so that I can also show a song at the end of my presentation. Like when it comes to the circulation of songs, with the departure of form of circulation of music in the form of cassette or even CD from the late 2000, crowdfunded events and social media became important site to reach the listeners. I think it's important here to mention, for me to mention, that these songs are not used in protest. These are only played in concert spaces, and now it is circulated through social media. Only recently in 2019, this song, 2020, sorry, in this a group of artists came out on the street against protesting against the Citizenship Amendment Act. That was the only time when all the artists came out and sang as on the street as a form of protest. Tapta, one of the artists whose work I am dealing with, when I asked about how he disseminated his song, he says, circulate his song, he said, when I compose a new songs and after recording the song, I tell my son and other associate to circulate it through social media like Facebook or WhatsApp. A coaching album from Imphal Talkies says, nobody buys CDs here, and you might want to buy it because of your research, but nobody buys. When asked about the way he releases his music, he added, we always release it online, but and Tidim Road is one of the album that did release offline. They had a CD that time. Talking, and I just want to mention two interviews that I have taken so the respondent says it's almost impossible for me and my sister to get permission to go out. She's talking about going to concerts, and men always have better freedom when it comes to going out at night. And she further said she always knew about Tapta, but really started listening to him when a friend sent me on WhatsApp. Another respondent says it is almost impossible for me and my sister to get permission to go out. Sorry, I'm repeating it. Sorry. Another respondent said, when I was in Russia, I used to miss home a lot. And during that time, I used to listen to a lot of Manipuri songs. And that's how I started listening to Akhu, and I could connect with his song. Social media have become a site where collective identity is constructed. It plays an important role in the circulation of political messages, slogans, and also mobilization. It resulted in major collective movements like Occupy Wall Street, Arab Spring, etc. Social media has been increasingly used in political context by citizens and also political institutions. Social media has led to the deterritorization of resistance. Social media let people share their content, their opinion and perspective among themselves. It helped forge a new collective identity. With the growing suppression of dissent, social media has become an important site where ideas are exchanged, where anonymity can also be maintained. Now, social media in Manipur has largely contributed to the way songs of resistance reach the people. However, it reaches people even when the mass gathering is restricted in a place where general strike blockages are rampant. It becomes a site of exchange of ideas and opinions about the songs and the particular issue that the song talks about. And now I just want to show a song. Is it audible?
We can't hear it.
Is it audible now?
No. Maybe the one thing you want to do, Pretty, you can send us a link if it's on YouTube, and we can listen to it afterwards. I don't know.
Oh, I just wanted to show a part of it. Like,
oh, okay, okay.
I don't know how is it not audible.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Is it audible now?
It's yes, but it's very, very low in volume. Maybe yeah, maybe you can. I don't know, because I don't know how we can fix this. I'm sorry.
Okay, is it not audible?
It's not audible. No.
Okay, I'll probably send the link later then.
Maybe it's better. Maybe it's better. Yeah. Thank you anyway.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you, Preeti. I greatly appreciated your highlighting how nuanced the concept of resistance actually is, and how the shift from physical to digital distribution changed the effectiveness of more traditional forms of communication, such as songs, and how them in turn have changed the concept of resistance in and for the social era. Okay, so finally, there's Jade Lafontaine with a presentation titled Indigenous Resistance, Exploring the Implications of Non-Fungible Tokens for Indigenous Creators. Jade is an Indigenous master's student at McGill University. She works primarily with Indigenous languages and technology for positive social change. So I pass the word to her.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, we cannot see you though.
Let me see. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah. Now it's working. Yes. Thank you.
Hello. And then I can just share my screen, right?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. Let me just pull it up. Oh. Haven't been on presenting on Zoom in a while. Okay. And then it is here and here. Okay.
Yes.
You can see everything?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Great. And how long is it? Is it 15, 20 minutes? I can't remember.
20 minutes. Yes,
20 minutes.
top.
With the questions or without?
The questions are after.
Okay. So, thank you for the introduction. My name is Jade Lafontaine. I'm a master's student at McGill. I am Salish on my father's side from Spasm First Nation in British Columbia here in Canada. And my dad is currently the elected chief. And then I am Algonquin on my mother's side from Kitigan-Zibi here in Quebec, where I'm currently attending school to do my degree. I'm working on my thesis in language revitalization and technology. So while NFTs are not directly related to the work that I'm doing for my thesis, it's still well within the realm, and it's something that I have been really interested in a while. And so I wanted to kind of share it with you guys because I know very few people know what NFTs are and kind of the implications of NFTs, and even less so how Indigenous people are engaging with them. So to begin, my presentation is exploring the implications of NFTs for Indigenous creators. Here's the agenda: brief abstract and introduction, NFTs definitions and terminology, how NFTs are transforming art spaces, why art is essential for Indigenous artists and communities, etc. So for the introduction, I've already introduced myself. This project came about because I am an artist, and I spend lots of time with other Indigenous people and Indigenous artists. And I had seen separately from the Indigenous artist community, just in the art community in general online, people talking about NFTs this last year. I hadn't heard about them before, and then this last year I heard people talking about them, and it was almost entirely negative. There was a lot of people that were saying, you know, this has some pretty crazy environmental impacts. This is like not a great way for artists to be engaging with like the cyberspace, etc. And that was the only understanding I had of them. I didn't really know what they were. I just knew they had something to do with cryptocurrency. And then this summer, I was speaking to an Indigenous friend who's an artist, and they said, oh yeah, I've been using NFTs. And I said, okay, well, what about the environmental impact? And they said, well, like it's not any worse than anything else. And, you know, the better that we succeed, the more that power that we have to, you know, change it. And so I was really thinking about that. And I have since then wanted to investigate and research this topic more. And it's complicated. So I'm going to try and break it down the best that I can. So to start, what are NFTs? NFT stands for non-fungible or fungible token. So they're part of the cryptocurrency realm, and they're using Ethereum, which is a similar currency to Bitcoin. Non-fungible means it's unique. So Bitcoin and Ethereum on their own are not unique. It's like trading a dollar for a dollar. It's an equivalent exchange. Whereas non-fungible is when you take something and you make it unique and different. So there isn't a one-to-one exchange. Like I've seen someone make the example of, you know, you have something that's very common, like, I don't know, a pillowcase, and then you put embroidery on it or something. All of a sudden, that's no longer just a pillowcase. Like it has something unique about it. And so then that's why they're not the same. So ownership for NFTs are tracked through a ledger, which is the blockchain. The blockchain is being updated and verified by millions of computers all the time, ensuring that there's a permanent record of any given piece, any NFT, as well as who currently owns it. So it tracks every step of the way, who creates a piece, who buys it, and if it's changed hands, all of that is recorded, and then it's verified by many computers. There's a variety of things to be considered that can be considered a viable NFT. So predominantly so far, it seems to be visual pieces, like visual art, but it could be a song, it could be a story, it could be like a podcast episode. There's anything that you can really put online could be an NFT. From the actual like Ethereum website, they're saying that a unique sneaker in a limited fashion line could be an NFT. An in-game item in a video game, an essay, a digital collectible, a domain name, a ticket that gives you access to an event or a coupon. So there's a lot of ways that NFTs can be used, although we are predominantly seeing them in visual art. So in that case, how are NFTs transforming the art world? In the digital era, being able to prove ownership is very appealing to many people, as the rise of the internet has made it very easy for people to steal and reproduce work that they had no hand in creating and did not purchase rights to. We see this all the time, people taking art, reposting it without credit, even ripping off people's, plagiarizing work, claiming it as your own online, very hard to verify, and a lot of people won't take the time to do that. So having that ownership, being able to be proven, and then again, verified by millions of computers like every second, creates a sense of comfort for creators who know my work is always going to be attached to my name. So NFTs, creators feel like selling their work guarantees a sense of security in their online space where their work cannot be copied. An example of this that is most commonly used, I've seen it used again and again, is comparing NFTs to the Mona Lisa. So the Mona Lisa, you could upload a picture of it and anyone could save it. And you could print a picture of the Mona Lisa and put it on your wall, but everyone knows who the owner of the Mona Lisa is. You can go online and you can find out who owns the actual Mona Lisa. So sure, you can make copies of it, but you don't own it. And for collectors, they care about owning it. They care about having their name attached to that. So that is kind of where that comparison is drawn to the physical art world. So profitable. The main reason that people have been moving into the NFT space is because of the amount of money that can be made there. An astonishing amount of money. So with the ability to mint ownership of digital assets, NFTs have transformed how artists and creators make a living while also changing how we buy, sell, and relate to art. And with NFTs such as Everydays, this is one of the most famous NFTs, if not the most famous, sold this year by an artist named Beeple for $69 million. So it's no surprise that the space has garnered so much attention. Of course, this number, 69 million, is not possible for the average artist. As with other opportunities in the digital world, having a large online following makes a big difference in the pieces that you can produce and the amount that you can charge, because your demand is higher. So Beeple already had a large following, but we're still seeing success for people with smaller followings as well. Until a few months ago, prior to this sale, this particular artist, Beeple, or Mike Winkelmann, that's his actual name, had only ever sold prints for a maximum of $100. So even with his large audience before the NFTs, he was not able to monetize his work to nearly the same degree. So here, NFTs, I will say, at least this is a personal opinion, some of them are quite strange. This NFT here, this is the top one, this picture you can see here, that is the NFT that sold for $69 million. And it's a compilation of a bunch of other artworks, I believe all done by people. But what's interesting, and what I think a lot of people criticize the NFT space for, is a lot of the NFTs that get sold for a lot of money aren't necessarily the most creative or unique pieces. A lot of the time they're a bit strange. This is taken from a Twitter user named Ueko, who's recently come under fire quite a lot for using NFTs. And she said, having had art make no money, choose a different career, constantly reminded her throughout her childhood, it still doesn't feel quite real that now they've had original pieces sell for $10,000 to $50,000. So this is from someone who has about 200,000 followers on Twitter, which is a lot, but that's still, like, comparatively, there are lots of people who have a lot of followers who are not making $10,000 to $50,000 on art pieces. So with this comes concerns from artists, most notably the artists that are not engaging in NFTs, of which there are many. There is a very, very vocal disapproval of NFTs from the art community at large. So NFTs are not without criticism and concern, as there has already been plenty of pushback against the rise of them. Plenty of works of questionable artistic value, as I mentioned before, are being sold at hype-driven auctions, and artist work have allegedly been stolen and auctioned off as authentic. So now we come back to the issue where once the NFT has been created, you know who the owner is, and you know who has had it every step of the way. But if someone steals artwork before and then sells it as an NFT, you still don't have protection in that space. So that is something to keep in mind. It's not perfect, and even though that's one of the things they claim is, helpful and combats against art theft, it's still a possibility. So with that, we think about the importance of art for Indigenous peoples on the whole. I'm sure everyone here knows, I know, the communities of people that I spend time with, art is an essential part of Indigenous communities, Indigenous self-expression and identity, and it's often a very, very important feature of our communities that garners a lot of pride. So knowing that, I've researched some of the different ways that Indigenous art's being used around the world and to what effect. An inquiry by the Parliament of Australia found that there were many benefits for Indigenous art for Indigenous Australians, such as pride, self-esteem, maintenance of culture, transmission of culture, intergenerational learning, meaningful activity, purposeful life, creative achievement, recognition from peers, recognition from national and international art media, etc. So for many artists, art is a medium of self-expression, a creative outlet to express feelings that words cannot always capture. This is, of course, no different for Indigenous artists, especially when creating art can connect us to our cultures, our experiences, our ancestors, our identities, and may often be an avenue for healing the many traumas of colonization. Creative processes have positive psychological or physiological effects, which range from decreased heart rate and blood pressure to the release of endorphins, and can also have a powerful effect on an individual's perception of pain and their emotional state. This was done from a study in Canada, specifically on art in Indigenous communities and the many benefits. This one in particular is interesting because I've seen this come up in other work, and just in regards to identity work with Indigenous communities, having a stronger sense of identity, whether that's through artwork or understanding of culture or connection to language, can improve mental and physical health outcomes across the world. So while Indigenous art is currently sought after, especially in the tourism industry, this again is from the Parliament of Australia's inquiry, submissions noted that the success of Indigenous art does not necessarily translate into major economic benefits or better living standards for many Indigenous artists. Understanding that one of the major factors of well-being is also financial security, it is essential for Indigenous artists to have the same opportunities to make a living from their art. With the effects of colonization and generational trauma, there are many Indigenous artists living below the poverty line. With art having such a positive impact for Indigenous individuals and communities, socially, culturally, physically, mentally, and financially, it's essential that we consider their experiences when discussing different art spaces. Also, just what time am I at? Just out of curiosity, I need to.
Giuseppe maybe can tell you. You have 8 minutes, maybe?
Okay. I didn't see when I started, so. So then, knowing that, how are Indigenous artists utilizing NFTs? Indigenous peoples have experienced punishment for practicing their cultural practices, while simultaneously having their cultural belongings and artwork taken and sold to museums or kept on collectors' shelves with zero or incorrect attribution or acknowledgement of their origin. We've seen this happen throughout history. Totem poles being taken and put in museums in Europe, taken from Canada. Masks that are not supposed to be shared being taken and used by collectors. This was a point that my friend who's Indigenous and an artist that is engaging in NFTs said to me, the reason I like NFTs is because I know that my work will always be attributed to me. So for some Indigenous artists, NFTs are the perfect way to ensure their work can always be traced back to them. It's harder to steal and to guarantee that they see profits of their love and labor. And understanding the relationship between art and indigeneity is a key factor in analyzing the transition that some artists are making into producing NFTs. And it's important that we see this Indigenous resistance evolving and taking new forms to reclaim ownership and create awareness. Maintaining documentation and authentication of online designs and content can be gatekeeping barriers to profit, especially for creators of color and for Black or Indigenous creators specifically. This is more generally talking about, people of color who are artists on the whole, and how their work is often ripped off and very little credit is given to them in support. This was written in support of NFTs. This is because historically Black and Indigenous communities' legal documents regarding provenance, ownership rights, and insurance haven't always been respected. So sometimes such communities place less trust in official procedures. Blockchains might change that for the better because blockchains are decentralized. Because again, it's being verified by all these computers around the world. It's not just one person or one government that has control over that. One of the benefits of cyberspace is the separation between physical land and space, meaning that Indigenous peoples can create self-determined spaces for themselves online without the threat of it being taken away from them the same way as physical land. So 2 ways Indigenous artists are using NFTs to their advantage. 1, Brazil won the world's first non-fungible token, NFTs, platform aimed at Indigenous artists. The Brazil NFT Artes, or I'm not good at Spanish, Originarias Gallery is a project born from a conversation between the co-founders of Brazil NFT and the leaders of several Indigenous peoples. According to the platform's founders, it is an attempt to raise resources for communities. Brazil NFT exists to promote the NFT art format, preserving and recognizing all its spheres and ensuring the empowerment of underserved artists, creators, and communities. And second, 22-year-old Anishinaabe artist Quinn Hopkins' digital piece based on Norval Morisot's Medicine Bear sold on an NFT marketplace within 4 days of it being posted. The sale to the new owner is recorded on the ledger, but the artist remains the creator and earns a commission for all secondary sales. So for Hopkins, that's 10%. Every step of the way, when his art is sold, he gets a cut. He said selling his 3D bear is paying off in more ways than one. The pandemic has also changed the traditional ways of showcasing art in gallery exhibitions, giving artists like Hopkins the idea of creating pieces that owners can display wherever they want. There is no doubt that NFTs can be profitable for Indigenous artists and help them create a future they might not have thought possible before. It's a revolutionary space in many ways. But there's a dilemma: the environmental impact of NFTs. We cannot discuss NFTs without addressing the elephant in the room. NFTs create a large carbon footprint. CBS reporter Lewis says the digital registry, where that piece of art called an NFT is stored, is responsible for the annual emission of more carbon into the atmosphere than most small countries. As I said at the beginning, most people I've spoken with outside of the art world or the crypto community have no idea what NFTs are, and those who do always say, aren't those really bad for the environment? It seems backwards that a landless digital space could impact the environment in any meaningful way, but when you look carefully at how cryptocurrency is mined, it is not without its own environmental issues. Lewis explains, the blockchain technology, which is used by cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum, require a lot of energy, generating a massive amount of greenhouse gases. In order to mint a piece of art on the blockchain and become the official owner, an exorbitant amount of computing power and energy is used to solve complex puzzles in a process known as mining. A bunch of puzzles are made and a bunch of computers try and crack it at the same time. Whichever one makes it succeeds and gets a piece of that Bitcoin or that Ethereum. As cryptocurrency inflates, more computers are trying to solve these puzzles. It creates a perpetuating cycle of greater computer power and larger warehouses and stronger cooling units just to keep up, and an exponentially rising carbon footprint. In regard to the environmental impact, some estimates suggest as much as 70% of mining operations may be powered by clean sources, but that number fluctuates seasonally, and in a global energy grid that mostly runs on fossil fuels, critics say energy use is energy use. This is obviously a major concern considering our climate crisis, and with more protests and efforts to transition to clean, renewable, and sustainable ways of living, creating a massive demand for energy may encourage companies to keep cutting corners for profit. Take Space Cat, an NFT that's basically a GIF of a cat in a rocket heading to the moon. Space Cat's carbon footprint is the equivalent to an EU resident's electricity usage for 2 months, according to a website that is now down, but at one point you could track how much energy your NFT was creating. This is obviously a significant problem and can't be ignored regardless of how profitable the medium is. There are ethical issues that need to be considered when we dive into this new space. So, Indigenous artists, do they know? do artists know in general that this is the impact of NFTs? A lot of them at first know, but they're becoming aware. So Hopkins states he's aware of the carbon footprint it makes consuming energy, but as an entrepreneur, he plans to address that. Brazil NFT saying the platform's developers will further claim that it has an environmental commitment in which the platform generates all of its carbon footprint neutral NFTs automatically. Beeple, the artist who sold the NFT for 69 million, is a believer in a more sustainable future. Moving forward, his artwork will be carbon neutral or negative. He will be able to completely offset emissions from NFTs by investing in renewable energy, conservation project, or technology that sucks CO2 out of the atmosphere. I've seen responses to these kinds of comments on Twitter as in, that's like burning down a house and then saying, oh, I planted a tree and so I fixed it. This is still controversial.
Jade, sorry to interrupt, but you only have 1 minute left.
Okay. So there is a way for the technology to become more sustainable, and that is with proof of stake versus proof of work. Ethereum and Bitcoin currently run on the first and second generation of proof of work, and that's where the mining happens. Proof of stake means that you're able, it's like a collateral, you're able to prove that you have a certain stock in something, and it's different from the mining. So you say, here is my evidence, here is my Ethereum or my Bitcoin, and that instead makes the exchange, and it decreases the amount of mining that is necessary. So to wrap that up, Indigenous people in climate action, Indigenous peoples, often we have a role or an expectation to be martyrs and environmental activists and warriors, and we are considered to have a strong relationship with the earth, and in some cultures preserving the world for 7 future generations. So how does that play in with NFTs? Perhaps as Indigenous activists, we can use our voices to advocate for greener alternatives to the current crypto system and use our platforms to bring awareness to the harmful practices that are currently the foundation of NFTs and cryptocurrencies. Final thoughts. We need to do better, and we need to ensure that we are pushing for more sustainable cryptocurrency and NFTs if we want this space to be as ethical as possible. So that is the nutshell. And then question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jade, for your speech, which raises 2 other important and, may I say, underestimated aspects of the circulation of information in digital culture, which are value and ownership.
Yeah.
How they affect artists and forms of cultural resistance. We are accustomed to this leveling idea of the digital space as an egalitarian arena where everyone can be who he or she wants to be, what they want to do. But that's far from the case, as you proved. And however, your speech concludes our series of presentations. Among all 3 speakers, among all 3 of you, many inspiring ideas have been touched upon. Too many, I think, for the 50 minutes we have at our disposal for discussion. Okay, let's first see if there are any questions. If not, I'll pose mine. In the chat, I see none. Maybe they may require a little time to write. I don't know.
There is one question.
There's one?
No, maybe it's a comment.
May I read it? Okay, great to see a presentation on NFTs and Indigenous artists. Some really relevant questions. At the moment, there are several proof of stake NFTs like Cardano, Solana, etc., which is great news. Ethereum as well will be moving to 2.0 proof of stake, and great work. She just wants to congratulate with you on your speech, basically.
Thank you. For the proof of stake, I had to rush through it a little bit.
Some comments on that?
But yes, exactly. Ethereum has been saying they want to move to the proof of stake, again, the lower energy use way of dealing with cryptocurrency. However, every single part of the system has to agree and switch at the same time, or it will collapse, which is the reason why it hasn't switched over already. But I do think the fact that Ethereum is saying they want to go this route, and there are enough people now with eyes on this space, it's likely that we will be seeing this transition hopefully sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, may I pose a couple of questions?
Yeah, Giuseppe, I think maybe a couple of quick questions.
Okay,
just
to be very quick and give the opportunity. Okay, we have another comment I see in the chat. Okay, if NFTs by Maria Carmela, if NFTs work like Bitcoins and their value is subject to change, doesn't changing these currencies risk damaging the market value of the artwork itself? Doesn't it somehow risk giving the impression that the artwork does not have a fixed value? Very interesting question, I guess.
Absolutely. That is one of the things that I didn't have really time to address for this project, but is something I've been thinking about. A lot of artists buy or sell their NFTs, they put their work into their NFTs, and then someone buys it, a collector, maybe they keep it. More generally, what's happening is the NFTs get traded. So they keep getting traded from person to person, and the people who buy the NFTs are trying to make as much of a profit as they spent in the first place. So they're seeing this art piece as a way to make money over and over again, rather than appreciating necessarily the art for what it's worth. While those collectors do exist, a lot of people are just trying to trade them like Bitcoins and make a profit. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Then we have Roberta Tammaro with a question about the environmental impact of NFTs. Is it connected with the fact that they are used by the BIPOC community, or is a general topic extended also to the Bitcoin, and that therefore has nothing to do with the category of person using them?
I think actually it is definitely general on the whole. NFTs are such a new space. Even the research that I was doing, every single article that I found was written this year. It is such a new space, and many artists, including Beeple and the person who sold the space cat, found after selling their NFTs, they had just gotten in, sold their NFTs, and then saw, oh my gosh, this is the environmental impact of the art that I just sold. And so this is a new realization that I think only has been maybe the last 6 months kind of coming to the forefront. And then for, people of color, Indigenous people specifically, that environmental impact is centered even more than it might be in the art community as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Martina Miller wants to know about your opinion, about the dangers for artists. She's thinking about frauds and copyright violations. Could you dive into this?
Yes, so absolutely. There could be deep/dark web and online frauds, I believe, but I think they would be a much smaller percentage than if they weren't to use NFTs. And the main thing is that the artist has, on the whole, where most people can access the information, all of these computers on the blockchain verifying that they are the creator. So some underhanded stuff might happen on the deep web, but the average person will see, here is the art piece, here is the owner. For each Indigenous or any creator who uploads their own piece and mints their own NFT themselves, that will exist, and that will be able to be verified by the average person. But in terms of the volatility of the space, it also does absolutely depend on where cryptocurrency is at the time. So Ethereum, if it's doing really, really well, someone might make more money, and if it's not, then they're doing less money. It's like any other cryptocurrency, and it's not concrete. So you can't always be certain how much money you're going to make on any given piece.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Jade. We have, I see some other questions for Donald and Preeti. So, okay, one from Paola Nigriello. Okay, will this new Gambia awareness of themselves and their communication power through arts ever have an effect in favor of the lower classes and mainstream movie industry, such as Bollywood, which still to this day provides to the mainstream crowd, the image and life of light-skinned Brahmin caste people as the standard life to us. The chart is scrolling down. As the standard class, okay, caste to which one should aspire. You may start, Donald, by answering to this question.
Yeah, this is important, crucial question. Thank you for this question. Actually, yeah, if you see the mainstream Bollywood movie, okay, it is not addressing caste issue. Okay, that is, if you see the ratio of the production, okay, you would not find that it is, I mean, giving a space or giving a voice to the Dalit people. Okay, I highly romanticize the caste issue. If you see the Karan Johar's movie, recently there is a remake of the Dalit movie, one movie by Nagwas Manjula, that is a movie called, and it was remake in Bollywood. You find that there is no caste angle, rather it is converted into class. So you find that popular discourse in Bollywood, it is not different. Okay, there's a industry. There are very few artists like Nagwas Manjula and Jayan Cherian. Is a Malayali film. There are some Malayali good films on caste issues. Tamil films are there. Okay, there are Nollywood, Tollywood. You will find some movies, but it is not mainstream Bollywood. Okay, Bollywood obviously they have that fascination about that white skin. Okay, obviously that you will always find the hero, the brave heroism, and that the typical stock image, okay, of a hero. You will still find there, but there are few Bollywood movies that kind of, I mean, that picture or that the voice of Dalit is there. Few artists are left. And the second question, I think most crucial, okay, Gombira is a form. I think it is not mainstream form, but it is contributing that resistance, the politics of resistance, because from the colonial time, it has raised anti-colonial sentiment by through that performance. There were documentation, even there were documentation from colonial government in 1970s, West Bengal gazetteers. It also mentions how that artist also contributing anti-colonial sentiment. So it's there, they are contributing, they are still contributing it. But I think they are really marginal. Sometimes they are visible in the virtual world, but it is still marginal because it is not heard. Sometimes, even if you see the government policy right now, it has given small remuneration to the artist so that it should, they don't raise their voice against government. That kind of policy we have. Some policies are there. It's not helping them. Whether it is bypassing their voice, they are suppressing them by giving small, I think only 1,000 rupee remunerations. I'm shamefully saying it, it's only 1,000 rupee remuneration. It is very less, I think. So how can we expect it? That is a very miserable situation they are living right now. Most of the artists are marginal. I mean, they have migrated to labor. Sometimes they have returned to home and some performance. I have recently visited to my field work. I found that more than 20 and 25% people are there. Okay, in that there was season. Okay, no, there was a plantation season. All people return back from their work. They have to plant, and after that they have migrated to their from South India, distant South India. So the situation is very cruel.
Thank you, Doran. Your answer was very detailed and covered also the second question, which was posed about the potential for a social revolution, which you may or may not see in this. Next question is for Preeti by Teresa Bevilacqua. Who wants to know if the artists that expose themselves on social media risk censorship? So it is a question of the danger of censorship.
Yes. Thank you so much for the question. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So right now there is no known threat from the government. But when I talked, I could not speak in detail about censorship earlier because the artists whose work I am dealing with, they are all independent artists. There is also an association of artists, mainstream artists, and these are all the people who are singing these protest songs are all independent artists who are not enrolled in that association. So if you're enrolled in that association, there is a risk of censorship, and they would so there's there, but there is right now there is no known threat from the government as such. But there is also one of the band called Imphal Talkies. They perform in one of the state organized event, and there they were asked to not mention the Prime Minister in their song. That was a request that it was made. So yeah, they were asked not to mention Narendra Modi's name while they sing. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Preeti. What can I say? We have a flood of questions.
But we don't have time, unfortunately.
We don't have time, and I have to say, I regret not having the ability to pose my own, but democratically, I surrender. Okay, to the necessities of the conference. So I was. I can confirm that it was a very great panel, and I hope that you will have the opportunity to delve into your topics, okay, at a later time on your own, okay? Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, for chairing the session, to the speakers and also to the students and the other attendees who helped us out in keeping the conversation alive. So if the panelists want to answer the questions in the chat box, they can surely do that. But now it's time to wrap it up because it's getting late.
Since there is a question, I can share my email ID so that we can answer that question. Can I share it?
That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. You can share your emails definitely. Okay, great.
Just a minute.
Yeah, take your time. Don't worry, because I'll say a few things, and you still have time to use the chat. Don't worry. So as I was saying, it's time to wrap it up. It's time to end our conference. It's been a very interesting chance to listen to a lot of different topics. I've enjoyed listening to all the talks. We have navigated across a number of different themes and also different geographical and digital spaces, I'd say. Lots of keywords have emerged as well, in addition to the ones we and I originally had in mind. Just a few examples: survival and solidarity, resilience and relationality, reconstruction, self-determination, counter mapping as well, storytelling, reterritorialization. So we definitely learned a lot. So what I think emerged from all the different panels and talks is that the virtual world is not a disembodied space, although it may still be a colonized space. Indigenous resistance taking place all over the cyberspace in a variety of different ways, employing a rich array of different tools, proves to the fact that colonization is still an ongoing struggle. New media technologies are just another resource, as Emma Larocque said yesterday, that Indigenous peoples are using in order to challenge dominant narratives and promote their decolonial agenda. So thanks again, everybody, for being here, for joining us. Thanks to the scientific committee, the organizing committee, to the speakers, keynotes, attendees, again, to my students for being here, to our sponsor, Languages. It's been a great pleasure having you here, and I hope to see you again soon, maybe in Naples. Why not? Goodbye, everybody.
Brava, Anna.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations on this fantastic conference.
Really
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all of you, and thank you. Please, if you have any queries, okay, or suggestion or insight, please write. Okay, I have shared my mail.
Thank you, Anna, for organizing this and for all your hard work, because it's a lot of hard work going behind the organization of a conference, and it was fantastic. So thank you.